Hey everybody, I'm so sorry for the delay. I am here. Uh Gosh, life never waits. What can we say? I went to take the dog for a walk before starting the show tonight, and then I got a call from a neighbor, and she was telling me about some stuff that was going on that I needed to know about. And then I want to do a call with you live with you guys. Um to I'll wait a minute or two because I do want people to see how this goes, and I want people to see what we have to deal with in Harvey, but also just to see what do you do when you're trying to document things going wrong in your community. So thank you so much to those of you who are joining us right now. I know I invited several of my neighbors, but it sounds like people have stuff going on tonight. So how is everybody? We're going to talk a little bit about the animal abuse stuff, which is very serious, and then I want to review um, the library board meeting from Thursday. That the footage was just posted, so we need to follow up with that and see what's going on. Remember, you will make the difference. You have to get involved. You have to get involved. You have to be involved. Stay involved in your community. We need everybody to get involved. It's not about what party or whether you consider yourself liberal or conservative, your race, your age, your religion. If we're going to have a society that is truly democratic, meaning the people who are affected by laws are the ones that are making decisions about them, then everybody has to get involved. As they say, democracy is not a spectator sport. I know my alderwoman Colby says that a lot. But it's true. So yeah, why don't you guys, if you feel free in the chat, tell us where you're from, and if you've had any issues with animals in your community yet, while we're just giving people a minute or two to kind of trickle in. But the big thing was that I was just walking the dog. In addition to talking to my neighbors about some stuff, we heard some gunshots. So I'm going to do a 911 call live with you guys, and so you're going to see how that works. We recommend doing that, me and some of the other activists, because at least you have a record of it. I'm not saying that, like, for me, they'll say, "Oh, do you want the police to come? Do you want them to talk to you?" I just say no. You really don't need to give them much other information, but I like to at least have it on record that, hey, we heard, I heard gunshots. So, someone's just asking me that I go live. Yes, sir, I'm on. Are you on? Okay, good. But yeah, how is everybody? It's such a beautiful day. Nobody's commented yet. Y'all are quiet. You guys are so quiet. You're so quiet. The weather's been beautiful here today. I've been super busy working at home. I had for the summer, I have 2 interns. I'm so grateful, helping as a part of their studies, helping with the Harvey Historical Society. So helping us to document. I quantum leaped into the chat. Oh, hey, Crook. Hey. Oh, and Miss Hunt, Cheryl, you came. Oh, thank you so much for showing up. I am so, so, so pleased you could join us. This is Donna Hale's sister. My sister is mother. Yes, 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 yes. And I'm going to share. I'll be sharing that video. I worked. I know people sometimes watch these videos or what have you. They probably think like, oh, that's not hard. I spent literally like 4 or 5 hours editing that video last night. Again, I don't get paid for any of this stuff. I do real estate, but like for the community activism stuff, I don't get paid. But I did it because I really wanted to make some commentary, and I wanted to edit out showing not only the interaction between Cheryl Hunt, Don, oh, sorry, is your last name Hunt, Cheryl? I forget. I have it written down. I just saw it in your name, so I was assuming. But the interaction between Cheryl and the mayor, but then also the other things that he was saying throughout the meeting. And I think it's important because Mayor Clark is a huge narcissist. He does not accept responsibility for his actions. And I think it's really important that we look at that. He's not the only politician that's like that. So, hey, Carlita, welcome. But yeah, I'm going to leave. Hello, everyone. Ryan and chat in the bushes. Yeah, Burgundy, you're so busy lately. I wanted you to come on to be a co-host because you are amazing. Oh, someone just asked me, can a person see when you are watching their YouTube live? I think so, right? I think so. You're amazing. Thank you. No, you are, Burgundy. I know you've been through a very challenging year or so. And, we all have. And what I want people to realize is that just because Tiffany Henyard is gone, that does not mean that everything is kosher. Okay. We have a lot to fix in our communities. So let's see. Ms. Hale, I am praying for your sister. I know how unempathetic Clark is. Yes, exactly. Carlita could tell us firsthand because Clark has cruelly forced her and other families, 15 families in total, from their homes on Myrtle Avenue, which is just 2 blocks away from my house. So, but before we do anything, let me go outside. I'm going to do this 911 call with you guys together. I'll show you. I just walked the dog. I was just talking to some neighbors, but this is what standing up for our communities means, right? Watching out for each other. So it's very lovely, though, as you can see. It's very lovely out tonight. Beautiful, beautiful. My cherry tree is going to be turning ripe before you know it. So, but yeah, I was walking the dog down here and I heard gunshots. So what we recommend is to get comfortable. I'll turn this way. How's that? We recommend, Chappelle will be on later. Okay, perfect. Good, because we're going to start with the animal stuff. So wherever you're at, you hear gunshots or you see something, even if you don't want to talk to the police or you're just driving by. If you call 911 and report it where it's at least on record, it's better than nothing. Okay, so now I'm just waiting.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
Hi, yeah, this was near 153rd and Marshfield.
Okay, 153rd and Marshfield and Harvey, and what's going on over there?
Yes, so this it was about 20 minutes ago now. I was walking my dog and I heard about 15 gunshots, and I could tell they were gunshots because it was, they were like fast in a row, not like fireworks.
And you said that it was about 20 minutes ago?
Correct, yes. And then I didn't notice, but a neighbor of mine said they saw a green van drive south on Ashland from 154th. I'm sorry, north on Ashland from 154th with some windows shot out. So I don't know if that is connected, but I just wanted to relay that information to you. And the gunshots sounded like they were coming from further west. So my guess is, I don't know exactly, but it sounded like maybe Page, maybe 152nd and Page-ish, something like that, 153rd and Page, maybe.
And then what was the color and make of that van that they saw the windows shot out of?
I don't know. That's all that they told me. They just said it was a green van.
Okay, a green van. Okay. And it was heading northbound.
Yes, on Ashland.
Okay. And then just for our records, a good phone number for you, 708-606-1782.
Yeah, that's fine. That works.
And did you want to leave your name?
No, that's okay.
Okay. All
Thank
right. I went
you.
ahead and let my officers know so they are already aware. If anything does change that you're aware of or you get more information, just give us a call back.
Oh, and you know what? I'm so sorry. I'm glad I remembered. As I was talking to some neighbors, we saw at 154th in Ashland, there was a large German Shepherd that was on 154th Street, headed east on 154th, and I don't know where it was going, but pretty big sized German Shepherd. And it was really weird because there were two Harvey police vehicles and they just drove by. They didn't even stop. So I don't know what.
Yeah, it's possible that they were responding for the shots fired 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, they didn't have their lights on or anything. That's why we were like watching. We were like, "Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop?" But I just wanted to let you know that because we were just in the news for a very severe dog mauling. So we have issues with roving animals.
Okay, I'll go ahead and let them know about that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. So I just wanted to do that 911 call so you guys can see. Kirk says Harvey Neighborhood Watch. Exactly. We have some good police officers. It's not like they're all bad. Unfortunately, we do have a lot of officers that may not always do the right thing. That oftentimes they will be very aggressive and violate people's rights. Um, so I advise caution when calling police too. Sometimes they don't help, they end up escalating the situation, which is not good. But at least if you call 911, especially for shots fired, then that way, if you ever want to FOIA or get information later about crime stats, at least like we can always FOIA that. It gives us some idea, because I don't trust the crime stats that come from Harvey PD, including the stuff on animals that we got in the meeting last Thursday. Okay, sorry guys. Someone's just texting, asking a question. Okay. Alrighty. So let's jump into this. Again, thank you to Cheryl, the Donna's sister, who Donna was the one that was attacked by these dogs. And let me pull up my video. Sorry, just give me 1 second here. Did I put it on this? Oh, I'll have to do Google. Okay. Um, But at least it is very lovely tonight. That is, I mean, and today, unfortunately, I was working, so I didn't get to enjoy as much of it as I would have liked. Okay. Let me share. Share screen here. Got it. Got it. Okay. Now, can everybody see? So, this. I just made some highlights based on the meeting that was held last Thursday at City Hall. Mayor Clark called a community meeting, and the Cook County Animal Control was there. Someone from Anti-Cruelty Society. Oh, look, here's the coppers right now. I don't know if they're going to stop or what. There they go. Well, there were two officers in the car anyway. Um, so yeah, so the Cook County was there, Anti Cruelty Society, and someone from Bud's Ambulance Service was there too, and Cheryl was there to share about her, her sister's experience and their frustration. So you're going to see that. Last week that was held regarding. Now, to set this up, this was a meeting last week that was held regarding animal control in Harvey after a woman was severely mauled in. All right, how's the audio, Crook? Can everybody hear? Can you hear? Crook, why don't you come on? You should come on audio. Or somebody come on audio to talk with me, so I don't have to talk I mean, I don't mind talking to you guys, but it's always fun to have someone to talk with, to co-host with. Can you hear okay? You guys can hear okay? Where's what's his name tonight? French. I miss French. I miss my friend from Quebec. Okay, so I'm assuming you guys can hear. Just let me know if you can't. You guys are quiet tonight, so nobody's telling me. Oh, okay. Thank you, Kirk. It just came through audio and video plus. North Harvey in April.
The citizens were not even made aware, and this one dog is still loose.
Well, but the things you're saying are not necessarily true. Now, unfortunately.
Yep, that was our mayor's response to the mauling victim's sister, telling her she was saying things that were not true, and he never really accepted responsibility for not providing animal control for 6 years. Now let's back it up a little bit and see how we got to this point.
It's not that we're not doing anything. The simple fact is we are doing quite a bit, but this is the only thing that we have in this particular point in time.
Okay, my question is then, we've had victims of maulings and issues from strays for years, ever since he's been in office in 2019. Why just now you're noticing?
And we have to reach out to our citizens.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Donna Hale.
I know who you are.
Yes, I'm the sister.
I didn't want to put you out there.
No, I'm here.
Go ahead.
For that reason. Donna, nobody is speaking. Donna, I feel that my sister doesn't have a voice.
Has the police come and talk to?
Oh my God, I'm on mute. Thank you, Crook. Yes, that's why I need you to watch for me so I don't make mistakes like that. Otherwise, I'm forgetting. But no, I just wanted to let you know if you were just tuning in. So the woman who is speaking, so that is Donna, who is a mauling victim's. That's Cheryl, who was the sister of the mauling victim, Donna. So she came to, share from her perspective, like her frustrations with how the city had handled the whole situation. And she said they lived in Harvey for a long time, just like me. And like, we have a lot of other families that have been here for a long time. People that, that had remember a lot of good things about Harvey, and when we had better governance, that I want to return to that, right? So this is when she is trying to speak, and he's already interrupting her, like he draws me nuts. Clark is so rude. He is a textbook narcissist.
The detective interviewed my sister in ICU maybe 3 weeks ago. We have had absolutely no movement on this. These were two 100-plus-pound Rottweilers. Somebody in this community knows who owns these dogs. They're too large for someone not to know. But nobody knocked on doors. Nobody.
So again, if you didn't catch that, can you guys hear? You should be able to hear now, right? So Donna was just saying two, large Rottweilers. I mean, that it's very, very serious. Exactly, DMG. Could you imagine? Could you imagine seeing that? You go for a walk in your neighborhood and these two large. And I don't want, like, I have a big dog that I took in. He's a stray. He's a pit bull mix. He's beautiful, wonderful. Just because a dog is big doesn't mean that they're nasty. But the point is, we don't want roving animal. They're supposed to be leashed or contained at all times, because when you see a dog, how do you know how do you know if they're friendly or not?
Nobody went door to door asking whose dog. We are frustrated as a family because it's like Donna is just a nobody. My sister's whole foot was amputated. She has a heel and an ankle, and that is it. She has huge, she's gonna have 3 surgeries on the 28th, 3 skin grafts to try and put back some of the chunks that was taken out of her arms and to keep the slippage from the skin on her foot. So maybe she can get some type of prosthetic. My frustration as a family is that my family was a lifelong Harvey resident. But it's like Donna has been forgotten. It's like, yeah, this woman who was mauled, this woman was mauled to the point where her lung collapsed and she almost died in the ICU. So she's more than just a dog bite victim. She is a tragedy that happened in the streets of Harvard. And no one has been able to find these dogs or these dogs' owners. And we just feel like, because nobody has actually went out and looked. I spoke with you. I had a meeting with you. I had a meeting with the police. Nothing has happened. I walked out of that door of your office. Poof, nothing. We haven't been contacted. I have contacted.
And again, notice I wanted to point out, this lady and her family have just undergone a trauma. Mayor Clark is very quick to defend himself, but I mean, and we that's a natural human instinct, right? But when this is happening, like, let the lady say her piece. He keeps trying to interrupt her, which again is just another symptom of his narcissism. It's just like, let this person she needs to share this experience without you trying to jump in or say, oh, but we didn't do anything wrong.
Contacted that detective. He tells me nothing has been done. It is a problem. It is an issue. If you want to come together and say you have a problem, yeah, you do have a problem.
Okay.
But the problem not only has to be addressed, not only their solution has to be done, but you have to put in the work in order to, if there is issues, you have to put in the work in order to find out what actually happened. Who are these people? People know. The community knows, but the community wasn't even alerted that this happened. If it had happened to a child, the child would not have survived. Why wasn't there something put out?
Again, Miss Donna was amazing and very articulate. So thank you for coming to that meeting, Donna. Thank you for sharing. And she made several good points. If this would have happened to a child, the child more than likely would not have survived at all. And there was just no communication, nothing from the city. I mean, are our lives worth anything? It certainly doesn't feel like it coming from this administration. I mean, we deserve better. This mayor, he needs to resign. He and his 4 alder yes men need to resign now.
On the Harvey website saying, hey, we had a dog bite. This woman was almost killed. Be on the lookout for this dog. You didn't even let your citizens know that it happened. That's a problem.
This well-spoken lady is Cheryl, Donna's sister, and she did a better job than I ever could have in exposing the problems of this administration. Lack of communication, lack of care, just not doing your basic job. Mayor Clark, you're supposed to have animal control since you took office in 2019. And you're only having a meeting now because you're scared of the repercussions because this woman was so horribly, horribly mauled.
What area, 145th in between Center and Sangamon is when this happened, on the 15th of last month. Did you know anything about it? No, that's what I'm saying. The citizens were not even made aware, and this one dog is still loose.
And I have to agree with her. I absolutely did not know about this. I may have heard a rumor about an issue with dogs, but we always have issues with dogs. I had no idea something so extreme happened and just until a few days before this meeting.
Well, but the things you're saying are not necessarily true. Now, unfortunately,
As you can see, Donna's expression, she tilts her head like, "What did you just say? You said I'm not telling the truth? You call me a liar?" I mean, this mayor is. And I'm sorry, Cheryl. I keep mixing up you and your sister's name. Cheryl is the sister who was at the meeting. Donna was the one that the dogs attacked. So I'm sorry. I apologize if I mix up the names. So Cheryl is the very articulate woman who came to the meeting. It's horrible. He's got to go. He and his buddies. By the way, I have to point out as this woman is sharing, and this is a deeply difficult subject to talk about. Uh, just to her right is one of Mayor Clark's alder yes man, Delaney Smith, alderwoman of the third ward, and behind her is Lonnie, who is a minister of something. I'm not sure what, but he has a job in the city as well. So both of these people get paid by Clark, are loyal to Clark, and I don't know why they're there because they sure don't do much of anything.
first of all, number one is, now what everyone in this room understands,
Yes, I did see that, Cynthia. Mayor Clark is live on Jed's channel. Someone did tell me. Why do you guys? I mean, if you want, I guess we could. I wasn't planning on watching it, but if you guys want to do a live watch with me, I guess we could. I mean, are you guys interested? Do you want me to bring that up? No, Kirk says no. All right, well, we'll keep going with our Conscious is live too. Cynthia is Conscious covering Jed's video? I guess would be my question though. So yes, I know that Mayor Clark's being interviewed. I know that he's also a pathological liar. So I wasn't planning on tuning into that, but let's see. Let me just see. Okay, so she is on there. Yeah, I wanted to see what Conscious is up to.
Can you be? Yes, you can. Yes, no. But you did that before.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I see they're talking about it. Just wanted you to know. Oh, no, thank you, Cynthia. No, I really do appreciate that. Um, yeah, well, this isn't that long. Let me see if they're still on. I'll say because this video isn't that long anyway, but let's see. I doubt, unfortunately, that we're going to get any good information from Mayor Clark, but let me just see. Hold on. The mosquitoes are starting. I was like, no, it's been perfect. It has been perfect out here. Oh, hey, Rachel. What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, thanks for joining. Um, I may have to go in, even though it was so pretty out. Let's see what he's saying. Channel 5 aired dinosaur today. Yeah. Let's okay, let's watch. We'll watch together. I wasn't planning on it, but I honestly I didn't think they would still be on. I thought that was done. Happy Thursday. Okay. Sorry, Crook.
No comment.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks for calling. Have a good day. All right. 1951. It was a 708 number. So, hey, they are local, but I guess they don't want to, Welcome to the show. You are on Mayor Clark and on INA. You got the floor.
Clark, I wanted to ask you, with everything going on, and y'all keep saying that a lot of the jails messed up. You can't go to President Trump for this money to fix the jail. Can you hear me?
Yes, I heard you. We actually have gone to just about everybody. From I don't have President Trump's direct number, but we have gone through every pathway that we possibly can, working our way up the chain. So that means through the county, through the state, through the federal government, and we are getting some assistance. And I think what happens is that assistance doesn't come as fast as we would like it. So even when they tell you, say for instance, we get a grant. They'll tell us, okay, you're going to get this grant. And then we had a grant, say, for instance, for some streets. And it took us 2 years before we got the actual money. So what do you do in those 2 years while you're waiting for the grant to come? We are reaching out and figuring that maybe there's some philanthropic donors that actually watch this program too. We are reaching out to anybody who is willing to help, and that includes President Trump.
All right.
Because I hear I'm sorry.
You hear what?
I heard the lady that sold the shirt in New Orleans. She was stating that she was asking for the money from home, and they never granted it to her. So that's why the kids break out of jail. So I was just trying to see if anybody else, if their particular state wasn't giving them to somebody else they can go to, so these criminals can come out of jail. So that's why I asked.
Well, thank you so much for calling. We got your question answered, and we hope you'll stay tuned in. Next caller, 4167. 4167. You're local. You got the floor. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? My question is for, well, first of all, let me thank you for having me on the show. My question is, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My question is for Christopher Clark, and I know he know me by heart because I'm calling his office about the dumping that's on 145th Street, the prostitution that's around here. Trying to see as a collective what we can do about this, because not only do they continue to dump after I call and I fill out all that I think Ashley told me to fill out online. Excuse me. And nothing, no police presence, nothing in the neighborhood. I'm wondering what are we going to do about this?
Okay. Well, as far as, first of all, thank you so much for reaching out. That's number one. And if the only way I get to talk to you is through this, but I think we've had a conversation before because I kind of recognize the voice. But we are, first of all, we are constantly making patrols in that area. And some of the things that we've done with our police department, just so you know, is that we actually GPS our cars. So we know where they are and where they're going and how many times they're making rounds, throughout their particular beat. So that's one of the things that's happening. As far as the dumping is concerned, we're working on a really large initiative regarding that. And we would hope that when we release it, we hope that the rest of the community will be excited and want to get involved. because it's going to be one of those things that will help us to catch those dumpers before they dump. Um, and then after, if they do, get away with the dumping, that we can find them. You know what? If you see somebody dumping, call the police department and give us the make, model, and license plate number of the vehicle, and you can still do that. And we encourage people to do so. But we've come up with some things that we think that can help even better. But I'm not at liberty to release them just yet. But it'll be very soon, and I'm saying within like the next 60 to 90 days. And then as far as sex workers are concerned, we have a diversion. We are actually the first municipality in the United States of America to actually take on a diversion and deflection program for sex workers and people with mental issues in the United States through PTAC. So we have that program as well. And just to give you an example, because you've been here for a while, 154th Street used to be the Stroll. It was always, I mean, and really it was the Stroll. But we've been able to, through our partners, to work with some of these sex workers and get them the help that they need and the support that they need to help them to find a better and a healthier lifestyle. So we're going to keep working on it. But I say, and then of course, finally, Public Works is out. So if you're having that problem, call Mayor's office, just so everybody, if you don't know, 708-210-5300. 708-210-5300. Press number 6. That's the mayor's office. The people who answer the phone are probably going to be like, oh my gosh. But we want your calls. We want to know what's going on, and we want to try to fix it.
I know Ashley knows me by heart because I was telling her, like, when I talked to when I tried to call Tyrone Rogers, who was our ward alderman, his phone, his message machine is always filled, and there's never a call back. And so, like, if he's our ward, I'm wondering why he's not representing us, because our alleys are, I mean, they're not alleys anymore. They're just holes, and then it's like they just look for an opportunity to just dump trash, like literally in our alleys. And I'm literally out there confronting these people, and I know that's probably dangerous on my part. I mean, like I tell these people all the time, we are a community. You can't. This is bringing our property value down. You cannot just come here with your and dump trash. And so I just wanted to know what kind of solutions we can offer. Like, I even the builder owner, look, if your tenants are doing this, maybe you need to find them. I will come out here and help you, but you guys cannot continue to do this.
So let me ask you a question. Did the mayor answer your question in a way where you are okay with the answer?
Yes.
He did?
Yes.
Did it feel like gaslighting? Did it feel like a lie? Did it feel like bullshit? Are you unhappy? You said yes. Okay. Thank you so much for calling in. Love you. I got to take a few more callers, 3 more, and then I got to get off here. We got to move forward. Love you so much. Thanks for calling in. Keep watching. 4660. Welcome to the show with Mayor Clark and myself. You got the floor.
Hi.
Can you turn that device down, please, too?
Hi. Okay. Hi. How you doing, Jedediah?
Hey.
Could you hear me?
We can.
Hi, Mayor Clark.
Hi.
Okay. I'm calling. This is hi. This is Mia. I'm a resident, and just calling about I'm just concerned more so about like this water bill. This water bill so high.
Yeah. Well, that's
Why is this water bill so high?
That's a very easy answer. But even though the answer is easy, I don't think people really want to accept it. Bottom line is that the water bill goes up when the city of Chicago increases the rate. So all it is it's a pass through. So if they increase it by 10%,
then your bill goes up by 10%. You know, and they've been doing that for I don't know how long now. The city of Chicago has been doing that. I know during this administration, the one prior, which was Lori Lightfoot, the one prior, which was Rahm, wasn't it? And then Daley. That's as far back as I can go and remember. Whenever the bill goes up on the city of Chicago part, then we have to increase the bill because for the, so that's the reason why the bill is what it is. Now, what I'd like to see is I'd like to be able to see, first of all, the city of Chicago not go up as much as they're going up on those bills, because they're not just going up on Harvey, they're going up on other communities too. But in addition to that, a way for us to negotiate a new
And that night, that meeting occurred with that councilwoman when she was arrested. I saw that meeting that night. I know she wanted to go over whatever the topic was that night, and you didn't want to hear it. So you did get someone that just to cut off the conversation. And then things blew up. They have a right to be there. They have a right to question. And I hope going forward, if you're working with Jed, if you're trying to get, that's missing in a lot of your meetings. And I hope something positive comes of this. Good job tonight, Jed, and I'm here like you and Tiffany. And it doesn't look good at all. It doesn't look good at all.
Mayor Clark?
I will agree. It doesn't look good.
Hold on. She said she was gonna stick around, then she left. That got good, girl. Come back. Nah, go ahead, man, Clark. You got you. She got you. What's up?
Yeah, I will, to a certain degree, I will agree. It doesn't look good, which is one of the reasons why. But once again, but if somebody's trying to fix the problem, that in and of itself is progress, as far as I'm concerned. Um, I've been called worse things than being called a narcissist. Um, I think it's a very inaccurate description, but okay, everybody has a right to their opinion. As far as the meetings are concerned, you don't have to negotiate that, but there's certain things that you can't do in the people's house. You can't do it in the White House. You can't do it in the halls of Congress. You can't go to the state capitol and be in the galley as they're down in the Senate or in the House and decide that you just want to say what you want to say, or talk when you want to talk, or do whatever it is you want to do. And they will remove you. I think it's not really, I don't get a kick out of it. I just want to take care of the business, and so I do agree to a certain extent. And that's why I'm here trying to figure out how can we fix this and how can we work together. And I'm hoping that people will appreciate it.
Wow, that was pretty cool. There is, oh man, we are up to 50 callers. I just said 3 more, so let's just take 2 more. Clark, you decide from there.
I'll take as many as you want to take.
Oh, no, okay. That was good. You just put
I think the one thing, I will say this much. I will say this much before we get to the next call. Somebody's, I don't know what that is. But the bottom line is, I love people. I do what I do because I love people and I want to help people. I'm not doing it because I just feel like. So at the end of the day, I don't mind taking 250
Mr. Mayor,
calls.
are you about to announce you running for something?
No, absolutely not. I just said no, absolutely not. But like I said, and I want to help, and you're helping me make it come.
Hold on, call it.
Okay.
Can you
just calling about the I'm just concerned more so about like if water bill water bill so high.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
Water bill so high.
She was asking why the water bill so high.
Wait. What's going on here? Hold on. Can you hear her?
Yeah, I heard her say, "Why is the water bill so high?"
I think we've already answered that. The water bill high because the city of Chicago raises the rates. They're passing it through. Next caller, sorry. 0854. I can't really hear her. What's you got the floor.
Hello?
Yes, you got the floor.
Okay. Wait a minute, because I'm trying to. What I'm hearing, okay. Y'all can hear me?
We can hear you. Can everybody please turn down the devices that they're listening to? Please turn down.
This is Chappelle Hooks. I know you might have been waiting for my call. So my question is, since everybody is saying that they're transparent, when are we going to see a treasurer's report? We have not seen one in 6 years. This is it's your second term. There is no treasurer's report. Also, while you were doing this interview on the air, there were 15 shots in the air. I haven't heard any sirens. And you just swore in with like 15 police officers. I mean, the things that I'm hearing on this live is just, it's unbelievable. Some of the things, okay, you probably can't do. But this is your second term, so there's no excuse to keep trying to blame the previous administration, which you were an alderman where you missed 18 meetings, you and your other three alderpersons, you all missed 18 meetings, which you all stopped a whole lot of progress that could have happened in Harvey under the Kellogg administration. So I guess that was your way of doing what you did to get where you are today. But it is kind of backfiring because now you don't put yourself in a hole. So when you dig one ditch, dig a second one because you're going to fall in that one. Because that's where we are today. Our streets are still raggedy. They're still dark.
Now, hold on. Now,
Miss
Hooks. Now, I am giving you free reign, but you've asked about 3 questions or 2 questions, and you're making a lot of statements. Are you going to let them respond to any of them?
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Respond.
Okay. I'm starting. There wasn't quite a few, so I'm trying to remember what was the first one. Treasurer's report. Okay. So first of all, the treasurer is an elected position. Okay. It is not controlled by the mayor's office. The treasurer has access to all of the accounts that are necessary for the treasurer to create a report. I did and I think it's online on our YouTube page, a presentation on what the treasurer's responsibilities were and also the comptroller's responsibilities are as well. And in that report, I also articulated that the city council, the treasurer was preparing to make a report, and the city council moved that before the treasurer gives a report to city council, a full report, that she provides that report to our city comptroller for review, and then to our finance committee before presenting the report to full council. She has not done that. And so if she's not doing it, it's not me. I can't force her to do it because she doesn't work for the mayor's office. She's an elected official that works for the people. And so, we've sent over emails trying to say, hey, look, do you have access? She hasn't responded to the emails. From my understanding, she has access. Until she tells us otherwise, we can only believe what we see. So as far as that's concerned, I mean, she has to follow the instructions of the council. The council told her to present it to the comptroller and then to the finance department before she presents it to the full council. Once she does so, you will see a report on the agenda. So that's number one.
Now, pause. Does that information sound correct to you, Ms. Hooks?
Does it sound correct?
Yes.
I mean, it don't sound correct to me, but at the end of the day, it's been 6 years. So I can't see a person doing this constantly for 6 years and no one said anything. I mean, not even saying, look, you got to give a treasurer's report. So for 6 years, if this is how the procedure goes, why wasn't this, why wasn't anything said? Because I mean, I feel like the taxpayers are paying the treasurer to be, what she's supposed to be doing. And that's giving us the financial information and status of our city.
So I'm going to say this.
So why hasn't anybody pulled a coattail?
So based on the fact checker that's in front of me, they said that is correct, and her position is elected. In other words,
but they re-elected.
They re-elected.
If she hasn't given a report for 6 years, she went through a first term too, and the people turned around and re-elected her, and they never said, "Well, ma'am, why didn't you give a report for 4 years?"
So the thing that I'm asking right now, because this is a very hard moment, and but it's a very beautiful moment. Number one, now that I have Ms. Chappelle Hooks, who I have a great deal of respect for, believe it or not, and I appreciate her fight and her press for what she believes in. My question to you, Ms. Chappelle, is: are we able to get you and this mayor in a conversation?
Like I told you before, I can do that. I have no problem with doing what's right for the people, and having a conversation. If that what is needed to help get what's for the people to for them to have, then I have no problem with it.
And you all have my full commitment. I'm going to hold the mayor to those words that he just spoke out of his mouth.
Now, I have to ask you first. Why am I meeting with her though? She's not an alderman.
You said what?
What am I meeting with her for? She's not an alderperson.
Yeah, talking about all of the people that on both sides, seeing if we can get us in a space where we can have a conversation about what's really going on with.
Yes, but we've been just for the record, we've been in those spaces before, her and I, and I've explained a lot of different things. She's also been in those spaces with our current Fifth Ward alderperson, and we've explained those things.
Oh, can we do it again, man, Clark? It seemed that kind of
having witnesses would be good, so that those witnesses can then testify that this is what took place.
Oh, I'm gonna be there, and I'm gonna tell the truth all the way. Okay, it's all right. But it seemed like that Matt kind of made you feel away. Are you okay with it now, Mr. Mayor Clark?
Well, fine. I'm making sure that you're aware.
Oh, okay. Well, this is what I'm going to say. My team is now about to do their thing. They're going to research this. We're going to hold Mayor Clark to those words, and we're going to see if that holds true. If it holds true, you all have my full commitment in the Southland, that we're going to report to you those findings, that we have Chappelle Hooks, both people of color, have agreed to at least a conversation. Does not mean that it has to be one-on-one. I'm going to speak to the other people on the other side, because in my research and in my opinion, there are a lot of bigger problems that Harvey need to tackle, and I hope that we could all tackle them together. Okay, so Ms. Hooks, because I respect you, I'm going to give you the opportunity for another comment or question, and then I'm going to go to some of these other people.
He didn't finish answer. I know I asked a couple of questions, but so answer the question of when you were an alderman and you guys missed those 18 meetings and voted no on everything, and that could have moved the city forward. What happened? Because this is why we are where we are now today. So go ahead, answer that.
I believe that's a false narrative. Yes, we did. We came to 18 meetings and we stood out front and protested those 18 meetings. That's what we did. And we did so because our debt was constantly increasing. Our police department had been raided twice by the FBI and once by the state. We were at the time more than 5 years behind on our audits, on our financial audits and reports. So, and we could not get, and for whatever reason, we could not get services in our wards. So even with the difficulties that I may have at this particular point with some of the alderpersons, the people don't suffer as a result of it. They still get services, they still get everything that everybody else is supposed to have, and what they're supposed to have as residents of our community. At that particular point in time, we weren't getting that either. And if you remember, you may or may not recall, the mayor at that time tried to actually remove us from our seats, and the attorney general's office stepped in. But once again, it's selective, because once again, you got freedom of speech, but we don't have freedom of speech. You got freedom of protest, but we don't have freedom of protest. We can't do the same things that everybody else has a right to do. And that's what we were doing then. So we didn't miss the meetings because we were there at City Hall at the time. Each and every single meeting, we were there, but we protested because of it.
Ooh, shit.
And even though we had 4 votes.
So I don't know. That's not true, because I know there was one particular meeting that you were on film at Luke Corelli's thing, passing out chicken and cake and stuff like that, and passing out literature at the senior building. So to say that you guys were out there protesting, no, that's not true. And I do remember coming to those meetings, and you guys were not there, and you were not out front protesting either.
That was not during the time of the meeting. But you're right. I went to a senior building to help with seniors who were having their celebration, and they invited me to it. And I was the 3rd Ward alderman, and the building was in the 3rd Ward. So my constituents wanted me to come to their meeting as their third ward alderperson, and I obliged them to do so. Now it just so happens that the at the time supervisor of the township was there, also Frank Zuccarelli, but I came on the behest and the request of my constituents who I represented, and I think it was the proper thing to do. It turned into something else as usual, but I tell you what happened. Those constituents were happy that I was there.
And so, with that being said, is it Trustee Hooks? But like I said, believe it or not, I have a great deal of respect. This is not an easy space, but I just got hope that Harvey gonna do something that no other city has done. So I'm gonna reach out and see if we can get that meeting scheduled, and then we're gonna fact check these words. And I know you probably want to cuss me out. Call me later. Cuss me out later. Now let me take these next callers because it's a lot of people on here. All right, goodbye.
Okay. All right.
Right. 6468. You are the last of the Mohicans. I'm taking 3 more people after this and I'm done. So go quickly. You got the floor. I said quickly, y'all. Supposed to turn them devices down. 5, 4, 3, 2. All right. Call back. Another day. 5446. You got the floor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello. Can you hear me?
There go Paul. What up, Paul? Welcome to INA. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
You got the floor.
I live in Lansing, but I attend church in Harvey. And a few months ago, the pastor said that Mayor Clark is the first pastor who has ever used the church as a revenue source. My question for you, Mayor Clark, is are you still using business licenses and code enforcement from churches as a revenue source for the city of Harvey?
I'm hoping that you don't go to Lord of Mercy, because I love Lord of Mercy, but at the end of the day, no, and that's another false narrative. We're not using the churches as a revenue source. We don't have enough churches in Harvey to use them as a revenue source. What we would like to see, and what my administration asked for, was that the churches maintain their properties. And so we had situations where churches had never been inspected, but roofs were. You can look outside on some of the churches, not all of them. So let me back up. Our issue is not with the churches. So I really would wish people would stop trying to create that narrative, because that's not the case. Our issue is with any structure that is out of compliance. And so what we have to do is we have to make sure that those structures are in compliance. We have roofs caving in. We have stairs that need to be repaired. We have railings that aren't there. We have ADA compliance issues. We have a lot of those things, and we have to inspect them to make sure that they're safe for the people who either live in our city or for those who visit and go to those churches. But we don't use it as a revenue source because it's just not enough. We're talking about $164 million worth of debt. What the churches would have to do for us to be able to inspect? No. And we're not the only ones that inspect their properties. Other communities also inspect, and I forget who it is. Someone just brought it to my attention the other day. I wish I could remember that there's a service fee that some of the communities charge their churches for if there is a fire or if the police have to come out or do something like that. But we're not doing that. I mean, look, I pray in every single one of our meetings. Well, not every single one of them, but I pray in the vast majority of the meetings. I believe in God. I'm a Christian man. You know what I'm saying? I am baptized and believe in Jesus Christ. So it would not be in my best interest spiritually, forget the government side, spiritually, to do something like that. But we still got to make sure that the places are safe. So, but I would say this: have your pastor give me a call, because other pastors have. And I'm working with a lot of the other pastors, and they seem to be okay with what we're doing. And we're figuring out a way to make it better together.
Okay, Paul, is that a good enough answer? If it's not, you Paul, we've been on the front lines together. If it ain't, get him.
Will my church need to pay another $650 business license to Harvey?
We don't have business licenses. We have operational licenses, number one. Number two is I don't know your church and I don't know their situation, so I couldn't even begin to speak on that. But I will tell you this.
All right, now, Paul.
Again,
I don't know, Paul, I love you, but
all we know is that the city of Harvey has never asked any licensing fees.
I don't know who your pastor is, and I don't know your church is, but once again,
hold on,
have
guys.
your pastor reach out.
Hold on, guys. We gonna Paul, I will definitely connect you. We could have that conversation. I love
Okay,
Paul.
I don't want to get him in trouble, but you've answered my question.
No, get him in trouble. What you talking about? You can get him in trouble. We right here. What you saying? Who
I think he may be talking about his pastor. He's thinking.
Oh, he don't want to get. Okay, he don't want to get your pastor.
Sure. But I tell you what, then don't. If you feel that way, then you come on behalf. Okay, and you don't even have to say what church it is. You come on behalf and let us try to figure out what it is.
Did you just tell me you now? I'm gonna hold you there now because Paul, that's my homie. If Paul come to meet with you, Mayor, are you gonna meet with him?
Two things I said. I said if you are a Harvey resident, you can come on Fridays from noon to 3. I said if there's another situation where you want to speak to the mayor, you can make an appointment. Okay.
All right, Paul.
And that means that people can make an appointment. Now, in this particular case, like I said, this really isn't about him. This is about what he's saying, which I don't know. What he's saying is a church in Harvey that is having this difficulty, and I want to make sure that I get that resolved.
Okay. Thank you so much, Paul. Love you, man. Talk to you soon. 2 more calls, and I'm letting the mayor get off of the screen so I can get on here and cuss some more people out. 6515, please cut that device down. You are on here with the mayor of Harvey. You got the floor. And I'm a former pastor. Give them a business license. They get enough freedom as hell, but you can't.
Number one is
That was me. Let's let the talk. Let's let the caller talk because there's 2 more people, man. Come on.
I want to give them free water. Huh? I want to give them free water. We just can't afford to. But I'd love to.
That's funny. 6515, you got the floor. 5, 4. Then they left. What? 8025, you got the floor. 6468, we coming to you last. You got the floor. Welcome to the show.
Hi. How you doing?
Good.
Wonderful.
Am I speaking with Jedediah?
Yes, you are. And Mayor Clark.
How you doing, Jedediah? Oh, Mayor Clark. Yeah, that's my mayor. I'm one of the council members, Delaney Smith.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
you got the floor.
I first have to say, I commend my mayor. I supported him prior to him becoming the mayor, even when he was a 3rd Ward alderperson. I've been living in Harvey since 1972. I remember Harvey looked like Homewood, Flossmoor back then. We all know times do change. What we're facing right now, Jedediah, is a bunch of angry people who are mad at this mayor because he cannot be compromised with his integrity. Some of these people are just friends with the mayor. Now they don't fell out with him because what they want, he won't give. Most of these people that's on this chat and going through all of that, they was the last administration friends. And this is my whole big thing. Where were you guys, including one of these alderpersons, where were you at the whole 16 years when we were being dragged into the ground? Where were you? Nobody wanted to come and help then. It's just that now we want to try to save the community. They think bringing people in there acting ill-mannered, it's embarrassing. No matter how you tell them, they try to use their big vocabulary words. They try to say they the Maya Angelou's, all these Black leaders we've had in the past, they wouldn't dare do the things that they're doing, which is tearing down their community, a Black community. It's like, no matter what, one of this Miss Colby Chapman, typically, to be honest, coming in the door has been fighting, coming in the door.
So she's not
never
here.
trying.
She's not on here. I don't want to say.
Okay. That's fine. But I'm just telling my version. Because we don't say a lot of things in the meeting.
You're not a guest.
Because we're not allowed to.
Mayor?
You're right.
You come on later.
You know what?
Come on later.
I'm coming on. I'm coming on talking to you. I was calling to talk to you. Because just like they beat us up in the meetings, I'm just trying to tell you our side. Not only my side as an older person, the sad for the people, because everybody is not feeling that way. You got a lot of residents who love this mayor. You have your hand, some people like people, some people don't like people, but you have a lot more that love him because they see what he has done and they are grateful for what he has done. And they do see what is going on with him, with the fighting and the dragging and the mudslinging. They see it. And the residents don't understand. When you put in a public eye like this, you make us look bad as residents. That's all I'm saying. I just wish our people know that. We can sit down and talk to agree to not disagree, but still, at the end of the day, you have to conduct yourselves so we're not the laughing stock of the whole country. You have people who have family members that live in other states that are calling, asking us, what is going on in Harvey? Because it's embarrassing. They can't believe it.
Well, I want to say this.
Do we have to?
Lenny, thank you so much. We hear you. I hear the passion, and maybe we can get you to come on and be a guest.
Yeah.
But that ain't that. I see you on the night.
I get you. I appreciate you, Jedediah. I just want you to know that. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. All right, 64.
Before we get to the last one, if you would allow me. So I think one of the things, which she made her point, I think one of the things that people fail to realize when you're talking about freedom of speech, and she's saying that, a lot of these people used to be friends of mine or whatever. At the time in the previous administration, you could not dare get up and say these things to our mayor because he would have sent those goons to your house. Okay. And, some of those people who are speaking out now, they are the same people who told me that they were afraid of the previous administration because they were seeing strange vehicles in front of their house and things like that. If anything, what has happened, and I'm not, trying to pat myself on the back or anything like that, but one thing I can say we must realize and recognize is that we have more liberty in this administration because the goons are coming after somebody. You know what I'm saying? We're not being vindictive like that when we hear people that don't agree with us. When I started as the alderman and I started the way people were telling me that I needed to get a mirror so that I can look up underneath my car before I got in and started it up. And we don't have that anymore. So even though we do have people who are expressing themselves in a way that might be displeasing to some, it's not displeasing to me. I am pleased with the fact that opportunity now exists. So that's it.
And me, for one person, I would love for you to tell me, how do you become the best friend of somebody who's trying to destroy my work because I didn't come to Harvey, I guess, the day you wanted me to? So since you can come on and answer that, but I have watched you in the chat. You've been saying a whole lot, so why not call in? Next.
We got one more?
Yeah, this was the last one. 6468. Everybody else that's on there, I apologize. I won't be able to get you to. You got the floor. Make it good.
Hi, good evening. So I am a Harvey resident, and I just want to say that I am new to Harvey, so I'm not a lifelong resident of Harvey. And I don't take sides. I mean, I didn't listen to what people had to say. Initially, when I moved here, I wanted to see and observe for myself. And what I've observed is that there's very little regard for the residents, as far as there's no esteem for the residents as being thinking people. I feel like everything you and your administration are playing in our faces, with regard to transparency, with the finances, with the agenda items. We don't get to see anything in that agenda packet at all, ever, period, point blank. And I know Alderman Rogers went on camera and says no municipality gives their residents the packet ahead of time, and that is patently untrue. I came from a city where the full packet, bills list, correspondence, everything but personnel and any kind of legal things that needs to be taken care of in executive session, all of that was made available to the public ahead of time before the meetings so that they can make informed comments and informed decisions about what it is that's going on, and then ask questions that are germane to what's going on with the city. And I just feel that we're not given that being given that opportunity. And I feel like a lot of times we're being condescended to, we're being talked down to, we're being treated like, well, these are just poor Black people. They don't know any better. They don't know nothing. None of them are educated. I happen to be very educated. And so there's nothing that you could present in any of those agendas, any of those bills lists that I would not be able to comprehend. If you and all the other alderpersons can comprehend it, I can certainly comprehend it. And so can many of the other residents of the city. That's number one. Number two, I feel like there's a hiding behind the home rule option that Harvey has enlisted to skirt around issues and to skirt around the legalities of the state. And I think the only reason that you're coming on tonight is because you've had some recent bad press. The woman who was mauled has been in the news just recently, and then Alderman Chapman was in the news 2 weeks ago. So Harvey is making. You're saying it's the residents that are making it bad for Harvey, but I feel like it's more of you and what you're doing or not doing that's making bad press for Harvey. And to the people of Harvey, if we don't vote, then we're going to keep getting what we're getting. If we don't stop doing what we're doing, we're going to keep getting what we're getting. And so it's our onus to take up at this point to be able to get new leadership in office in 2027. That's our responsibility. If we don't like it, we have to come out and vote. We have to put our money where our mouth is and get other people to vote the way we want to be for representation, the way we want to be represented.
So I hear you.
And to be treated the way we want to be treated.
Caller, I hear you, and obviously I'm letting you speak, and he's listening to you. But is there a question for him? And I do want to correct something because I just have to. And I asked Mayor Clark to be on the show today, and I had told him that I wanted him to do this when there was an arrest, but I have been so busy with the city of Flint that today was my most available day, and he made himself available almost immediately. So he didn't, I can't let that be just a perception, because the truth is he told me to tell him when. I told him when. He did show up. So I want to be fair to him. But is there a question for him that he can ask?
My question is, why can't you just treat us as though we are not even equal partners? We actually pay your salary. So why can't you treat us with the respect that we deserve? We need to be informed. We need to be informed in a timely manner. And then we need to be able to express our concerns without any hindrances at city council meetings. And so that's all my question is, why can't we be treated the way we deserve to be treated as residents of Harvey?
Okay. All right. Well, in response to that, I want to go back a little bit. First of all, Give me a time that you tried to get the agenda and you weren't able to get the packet. That you actually made a request and
Oh
wasn't
my
able.
gosh, I've emailed my alderperson. I've
Okay,
emailed the city clerk. I mean, I don't know what else to do.
well, you're talking to me now, and that's the reason why I'm trying to find out. Because if there's a glitch in the system, first of all, I want to find out what that glitch is so that we can fix it.
Wait, Mayor,
But if
I'm
you,
sorry to interrupt you. Have you ever emailed the mayor?
No, I've never emailed the mayor.
Okay, Mayor, go ahead.
but that's even so. If there's a glitch in the system, we still try to find out what the glitch is, even if they haven't. So that's number one. Number two, people have a right to see what the agenda is and see what the items are. And a lot of times, I don't know if every single time it's posted on Facebook, but they can also come, and request it. And if there's ever a problem, you also have a right under FOIA to be able to see, that information. So, I mean,
Yes, Mayor, but that's after the fact. I'm saying we want to be informed before the meetings so that we can make informed comments or make informed questions.
and I understand. And so once again, we can, because we've never had this conversation, I can look in to try to figure out where and what we can do and how we can do it, so that we can satisfy that.
I've actually made public comment to this effect over a year ago. I made public comment to this exact effect.
And I'm not trying to run proxy. I'm just being fair here. Like you do, FOIA you got to do FOIA. You have to do FOIA. Have you ever attended meet with the mayor? Have you ever taken advantage of that?
No, because I work. He offers them during 12 to 3, and I work. I'm not going to take time off to go meet the mayor.
Right.
From 12 to 3. If he really wanted to make himself available, he'd have evening or weekend hours.
Yeah, well, I did actually have weekend hours and nobody came, but that's a whole nother thing. I'm understanding what you're saying and I'm internalizing it. But I want to make sure also that you understand. I don't recall myself ever saying that the residents are making it bad. I've never said that. And I don't feel that way about the residents, and I don't feel that way about Harvey. I would have moved if that were the case. And I'm still here fighting the same fight that you fight, trying to make the city a little bit better. And I appreciate the comment, and we're going to, I'm going to dig a little bit deeper to find out what's going on with this agenda thing and see if there is something that we can do. You say that, well, I talked about it, a year or so, whatever ago. And maybe depending on what was going on, that may have gone over our heads, depending on what the issues are. We have a lot of issues. But I want to also make this clear. I'm not on here because of people getting bit by dogs. We had a community solutions meeting about that, and we've been working on trying to deal with that issue in our city. But we're not the only one, and in only city. But we are the only city that actually had a meeting about it, even though dog bites happen all throughout the state. And I'm not on here because of an arrest or anything. I think that the arrest was proper, and that it was supposed to happen. And I don't appreciate an alderperson, sitting alderperson, hitting a police officer. And that'll be the stance that I'll continue to have. So, but if there are issues that we can fix, I want to try to fix them. And I'm going to try to find out what's going on as far as the agenda is concerned. Or maybe you can get the agenda from your alderperson. I'm not sure. But we'll get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I've reached out and I haven't gotten it. Well, I don't want it just for me. I mean, that would be wonderful, but I think it should be posted online or made available for everyone in the city to be able to access and ahead of the meeting. So I appreciate you listening, and I hope that you will actually take this under advisement.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, caller. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be ending public comment. The calls at this time. Mayor Clark, I'm going to say this to you. I appreciate you. And I'm not worried about a popularity contest, but I do know I got good listening skills and one hell of an investigative squad. And I want you to know I appreciate you today. So far, you have kept your word. And so I will be coming starting on Monday. And we hope that you will open your government so that we can figure out what the facts are. And I'm also going to see if we can get everybody to potentially come to the table and see if we can fight this to the betterment of Harvey, or just agree to go to our different corners and stop?
Can I give a little plug real quick? Because this is one of the things that we need. So you're willing to come in and actually try to make a positive change. And we need more people to try to make a positive change. Now, I'll just give me half a second, because I want to make sure that I get the title correct. Because I'm preparing to do this. We need more volunteers in our city. Because we don't have the finances to do all the things that need to be done, and sometimes, not all the times, okay, but sometimes things aren't done because we just don't have the people, we don't have the resources to be able to do it. So what I am
stones and casting aspersions about a man having sex with other men.
So what I'm gonna
definitely
say,
one thing that I have to say.
what I'm gonna say is that you said that you will have that meeting, and I think it'll come now. Now I've also had an invitation to have a call with you because like I said, I'm pretty upset personally. But if we're willing to get us a conversation together, all of us, to try to see if there's a way. If there isn't, it just isn't. But we'll try it, and I'll call you and see if we can have that happen after I talk to you personally. Ryan, you've had your 2 questions and your comments. Thank you for calling in.
Oh yeah, give me a call anytime, Jed. You got my number.
Oh, look
Give me a
forward to
ring.
it. Look forward to it, Mr. Ryan. Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right, man.
So, yeah, I just want to make sure we get some things clear. First of all, number one is I did not call him a pedophile. I was talking about the fact that what allegations do when you make unfounded allegations. He had unfounded allegations made against him, just like he just came on your show making unfounded allegations against me. Talking about, my people and my donors are buying properties and things like that. Go on the website, cityofharveyil.gov, type in the search bar, city-owned properties. When you type in the search bar for city-owned properties, not only will you get a list of the properties, but you'll also get the process, including all of the forms on how you go about acquiring a property in the city of Harvey. It is of no value to any of us to allow those properties to remain unclaimed or vacant because they're just an extra burden on the city. So, but he makes these types of allegations. I never called him a pedophile. I talked about what allegations do. And the reason why I know about his allegation is because he told me about it. But he also tries to make it seem like I'm a homophobe. And I used to I represented him when he was running for school board, and I represented him for free. So I'm trying to figure out why I would represent somebody for free that I did not like. What happened is he came by the office one time to make a pitch because he sells real estate and he wanted to be the exclusive real estate agent for the city. And I told him no. And when I told him no, that's when he started the Harvey Historical Society and started saying we need to do all of this and that with these buildings.
Now,
So,
man, now if he calls in, I gotta let him come back on to respond to that because that was a lot.
Well, it can be a lot.
I have
but here's the thing. While I am very some people don't necessarily like the way that I do things, and I do believe in the democratic process for everyone. See, where I differ from the people you try to compare me to, I believe in the democratic process. And I've always said in 2027, if you decide that you want to make a change, you're more than welcome to. I just want to live in a good community. That's all. And if somebody can do it better, I welcome them to do so. And I'm going to hold that. But at the same time, once again, you're coming on here making unfounded accusations. Don't do that. Tell me what I did. Yes, I've admitted that the city is behind in some of the audits, but we were already 5 years behind. So we're not as behind as we were, and we're making them up. I don't understand what the problem is. But once again, this is one of those situations where we can sit down and we can have the conversation.
bullying me for like Alderwoman Smith, just for making comments. So.
Okay.
That I just wanted to clarify that.
So I ain't got to get my people.
Like, no,
Gotcha.
it wasn't your mod. No, they weren't calling me those names. But I do hope you watch that video, because that is not the way forward. And accusing someone of being a pedophile is not the same as having receipts and saying, "Look, you're not doing things right." That's
Ryan, send me that video and don't send it to Conscious. Have a good night.
All right.
All right, y'all. Man, Clark, you have a great night, sir.
I'm going to try, and you do the same. Be blessed, and we'll talk again.
I'm looking forward to it. Ladies and gentlemen, the mayor of the city of Harvey, Mayor Clark, just sat in the hot seat, the first ever mayor in the history of almost 2 decades of advocacy, not fighting, not running, not tripping, but said, if you coming, I'm opening up the government. I'm opening up my ears. I'm opening up my heart. Let's talk about it. You tell me what you see. What the hell? What the hell? Oh, what the heliante? I am so excited, and I don't care what nobody say. This could be the beginning of something disastrous or something beautiful. But I want to announce to investigate and advocate, we just crossed over and transcended the space of advocacy, and we are now in influence, hopefully in the upward mobility of a city. Now, there are people who ain't gonna believe it regardless of what, but tonight we accomplished something, Gladys. Look, we ain't gonna build, Rome wasn't built in a day. And I'm gonna say it again. I don't care what the perception is. The man is available and he didn't have to be. If y'all think it's damage control, if you think it's disingenuous, if you think he's lying, if you think any of that, guess what we get to do right now? We get to hold his feet to the fire of what he said. He said he's going to be available. He said he's going to be responsive. He said he's going to be accountable. He said he's going to be available. Y'all get this. We can't hear past the fence. And that's why I think this is an amazing opportunity. I am so blessed right now. I don't have to go in fighting Harvey. I want to go in this city and figure out what is actually making the quality of life bad. If it's the opposition, if it's the mayor, if it's outside forces. And I want to do the best job that I've never, ever got to do. And that's deal with a responsive mayor. But I'll tell y'all what I do know for a fact. It's tonight, according to my fact checkers, the things that they check and they could check, y'all, this is shaping up to be an interesting situation. But I'm going to tell you again, you all are losing, according to the mayor, 30, but according to us, 50. I don't know the exact number. We will try to figure it out. But the money that is coming into your city from the federal government is being taken by the state of Illinois comptroller. I think that that's wrong. The county will give you guys y'all taxes in the beginning and the end of the year. You're not even getting 100%. So if you look at $165 million in debt, get this. Y'all should be glad that y'all got any police, any firemen, anything working. Is he telling the truth? Is the police station back open? Is this a bad politician or not? That is the question that I'm going to get down to the bottom of, but that ain't what I want to focus on, because I'm not telling y'all who to vote for, what side to be on, or who to support. But what I will do is I'm going to show up with every bit of the weight of INA and Harvey. I'm going to show y'all what's going on. I'm going to tell you it by the facts, and I'm going to see who can help respond and make it better. And and let me tell you what will be the greatest thing is if Harvey can somehow move as Harvey World and come together and put Harvey on the map for something quite different than this. Content creators, let me say this to y'all. We can do more than just report bad news. Okay? So with that being said, I'm your host, Jedediah Brown. I will be back because I got to talk about Dalton. And oh, wait a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. I do need to let you all know this, that as of today, I believe, if I do not have this incorrect, that the super server, hold on one second. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my understanding that the super server, Kirk Marcucci, has properly served a demand for Mayor Henyard to respond to court and to produce documents. If she fails to comply with this order on May 30th, 2025, ladies and gentlemen, we will be coming back on here and we will be making the announcement of this body attachment. And I want everybody to make sure we find her. That means she's going to jail. So Tiffany Henyard, don't do wrong, because I don't know if it's you or if it's Napoleon. But one of y'all have been talking to Mayor Sheldon Neely. And so this is what I'm going to say, allegedly. This is what I'm going to say. Go ahead and play the game. I'm going to do the best job that I can do inside of Flint. And I don't like people thinking that they smarter than the God that I serve. And if you knew how I got that intel, it'll blow your mind. I got it twice, and then I got it confirmed. But one of the politicians that I've been challenging is having conversations with the mayor of Flint. And I guess they're trying to figure out how to deal with me. It ain't no way to do it because I'm God's child. And I got a hell of a team. And I got a hell of a lot of friends that you wouldn't even imagine that I really got. So with that being said, girl, don't go to jail. As a matter of fact, that's what we may see. We might see if it's who is talking, who is that's talking to him from Illinois, because if one of them in jail and the conversation is still going on, then maybe it's the other. Goodbye.
Yo. Can I get in on this? I want another one, two. 1, 2. Oh, you thought it was through. This was just one assignment, boo. Judge checking with God, getting next instructions. You need an advocate, reach out, he might be coming.
This young black king needs no introduction. When he shows up, haters hate seeing him coming.
And no, he's not Malcolm, he's not Martin either. He got his own style.
Ja-da-da-ya, we see ya. This crew, they not looking for the credit. Advocates on the move. This crew, shifting the atmosphere. Advocates on the move.
And when he comes through, you know they coming too. Hey yo, INA, where you at? What it do? They got receipts, they got them files. They gone investigate an advocate, holding it down.
And when it comes to intel, you know they showing out. You're smiling in Jed's face.
Hold up, check that file. Don't run up on them either. They always in the crowd. INA got his back. You don't know when they around.
This crew, they not looking for the credit. Advocates on the move. This crew, shifting the atmosphere. Advocates on the move.
And then there's Jed's mother. You know she gon' speak. She praying for the people, prophesying what she see.
Jed, God got you covered. He's holding you down. He's showing you his favor, his mercy, his power.
So always stay humble, give God your best. Remember you're a man, ain't no S on your chest. You know where help comes from when you're up or you're down. That crew runs deep, keep the real ones around.
This crew, they not looking for the credit. Advocates on the move. This crew, shifting the atmosphere. Advocates on the move.
Yeah. That crew runs deep. Keep the real ones around. Keep the real ones around. INA runs deep. Keep the real ones around.
Woo! Okay, sorry guys. I don't know if anybody's still with me. Probably not, but that was crazy. And I apologize. I was trying to keep this going while while still covering that, but my computer just could not handle it. It was dying. So we may just have to, and I missed all these comments. Hey Ryan, this is crazy stuff. Cynthia, let the gaslighting. Yes, right. Clark gotta go. Absolutely. Audio is fine. Trina, Clark done lost us. Oh yeah, Trina. Oh Trina, you were here. Yay! What a horrible group. They blocked me. I'm so sorry, DMG. I'm so sorry. I know they were murdering me in those comments too. The host said some obscene things that were completely uncalled for. Yeah, why did he threaten you? That was so weird. Hello. Hey DMG. Hey Burgundy. I was and now I have to catch the replay. Oh girl, I wasn't planning on getting on a conversation. I didn't know Mayor Clark was gonna be talking to anybody tonight. But yeah, I did end up calling in. But wasn't that weird? What did you guys think? I just thought it was so weird because the sound was out. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I proud of you, Ryan. Oh, thank you, JJ. I don't know if I know you, JJ, but I really appreciate it. How do you guys think I did? Like I tried to, to be firm, say my piece, but I don't think I was inappropriate or, or crazy or anything. But yeah, the sound was out. Oh, okay, okay. Burgundy, were you? Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were listening in via Jed's feed. Oh, you called in. Did he address how they arrested you at public comment? Oh, no. That's a good question, Burgundy. No. I asked him about why can't they just put stuff on the website about the finances and just everything, like agendas and everything. And then it was weird because then the mayor said, instead of just saying, okay, sure, we'll do that, he asked me if I wanted to volunteer to do that because they don't have enough staff or whatever. And I said, that's not appropriate. Like the city staff, you get 24/7 protection that we pay for. You all drive around these fancy cars. You know what I mean? There's no reason why you can't pay staff to do that. I came over with Conscious Crew. Love your channel. Oh, thank you, JJ. I really appreciate it. Oops. Hold on one second. Now this is one of the neighbors calling. Hello. Why don't you guys do you want to come on my show? Come on my show. Do a debrief. We need to do a debrief. Come on. On my show, I don't know, but you all should come on the live. Because I feel like people would be interested in hearing what we had to say. I feel like we need to give a response to all this. But yeah, just come to I sent you guys the link, right? Oh, okay. Oh, you could still listen. You could still. Oh, really? Oh, I was say. Oh. Or just reset it. But oh yeah, I think. So yeah, hey everybody, I'm here. I'm trying to get some Harvey residents on so we can have kind of a rebuttal. Yeah. Yes, yes. Okay. Yeah, give him a call. Okay, and I'll try to. Okay, all right, bye. Actually, we're gonna do a live reaction to that session on my channel first. But you and anyone else who wants is welcome to join. Sorry, I was just letting someone know. Sorry all that happened. You understood. Thank you. Yeah, it was it was like, it was just so crazy. It was all like, like I said, I didn't even know this was happening. It was all at once, and it was just insanity. Okay, and then I gotta call my other neighbor. Call Glennis. Wait, and I'm gonna tell him. You all know a minion with an opinion? I'm texting him right now. Minion. Did I send him my link? Hold on, let me send him. I have it. Okay, I sent it to him. Woo! But yeah, okay, so did anybody yeah, Bergen, I know you said you were in and out, you didn't really see it. Did anybody else hear that though? Like, oh my God. Now, I hope somebody screen recorded that too, because I do want to have, I want to have a record of that, because I wasn't able to. I need a new laptop. My computer's kind of slow, but that was a lot to unpack, and I missed most of it. I didn't even get in there, I think, until the end, so I don't even know like what the callers were like ahead of time. Come on, and let's dissect that. Come on live and let's dissect that. I'm like, oh my Lord, there is so much to analyze. So I hope Conscious, or maybe I don't, who knows, whatever the YouTubers are on, if y'all want to come on and, or whomever, and chat and share, let's discuss, because that was a lot. That was a lot to unpack. A lot. Come on. And we will talk about the animal stuff, because it is very important. And DMG, oh, okay, you're here. I was gonna say, DMG, if you want to get on too and talk and share, you can. But what wasn't that like traumatic, DMG? It was like I said, I kind of found out about that at the last minute, and I had already had my own live schedule. We were supposed to be talking about animal issues, and then it was like, then I got on there, and they were like all bullying me in the chat. Not everybody. I mean, there were some nice people. But there was just so much pressure, like, and the mods even like blocked me once, or they like prevented a comment because they were like, well, why don't you just call in? Why are you saying this? And like it's like abusive or something. I'm like, what? I'm not being abusive. I was just responding to his lies. But then I did finally. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll call in. That host was nasty to me. Yeah, yeah. I don't understand his rude comments either. Weren't you just asking FOIA comments? See, I don't understand that. Right? Yeah. Let me call. Oh, this was from earlier. Someone said Clark is lying, saying he's just a regular guy who grew up in Harvey and don't see the issue with everyone against him. Yeah, exactly. Ooh. Okay, sorry, I missed the comments, guys. Clark denied my rights to FOIA. He sure as hell did, and you were asking appropriate questions, DMG. He was working as the FOIA officer for Calumet City, and he didn't respond to the FOIAs, and that caused you harm. You handled yourself beautifully. Thank you, Tracy. Oh my God, that was like I said, it was just all a lot. Thank you, Tracy. I believe I even donated once through something he was doing. Learned my lesson quick. He blocked me. I just wanted to call in. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's when I thought you were going to call in. And then all of a sudden I noticed Jed say something like DMG. And then he said some insult. And then I guess he blocked you or something. A DMG. Jed seems to have a crush on you. Yeah, Tracy, did you see? Anyway, it was just all so fast. I'm like, but what? Because there are other people that were clearly being bullies in the chat that to me, it didn't seem like the mods were addressing that well enough. And then, but you were raising issues. You weren't bullying anybody. You were just passionate about the issues. Clark is the FOIA coordinate, not FOIL, but I know what you mean, FOIA coordinator in Calumet City. I was trying to defend lies put out about me. Invoices would have proved it that he denied until I went to the state for help. Time is important. I assumed he blocked it until I did not have time to respond within the amount of days. Yeah. Glad you called in, Ryan. Oh, thanks, Cynthia. Like I said, I wasn't planning on it initially, but I'm glad I did. It was just I didn't know that was going to happen. I didn't know that Jed was going to be doing that. Did he address the Colby situation? You know what? I don't know. Okay, someone that was watching before I tuned into it, did he talk about Colby? Because I didn't hear it. I don't think he has a crush. He said I was disrespectful and a dip. Oh shit. I believe. Yeah, that was very, like I said, it was just all sudden and rude and just like there was too much going on. Now, what is this DMG? About an investigation that was done on her, but maybe the same attorney that was in Tinley Park. Oh, Colby? They sure ganged up on you. Yeah, me and DMG, right? Yes, he did. Why are so many women in office being targeted by the same men? Thank you. Thank you. And if Conscious is here or if other ladies want to chime in too, please do, because that really pisses me off when these men, they get away with all this corruption. And then I feel like the women, I'm not saying there aren't women that are corrupt that don't get away with it, but yeah, a lot of times you notice the men, they'll get the women, I feel like, will take the flack and the men don't get in trouble as much. Said Chapman was arrested because she assaulted the officer. Really? Clark said that again, which is a lie, but he did say that, Tracy. Oh boy. I found them very concerning. The host was anything but independent. Why not let me call and ask the mayor myself? Yeah, I was gonna say that's what I thought was gonna happen. I thought they were gonna let you call in. Sorry, guys. Let me give one of my neighbors a ring to see. I want to see if she'll come on and talk to us because this was, oops. She did a good job too. My neighbor, Glynis. They pushed you around. Oh, yeah, right. That's how I felt, yeah. Yes, Ryan loves to incriminate themselves. Yeah. Be back. Go outside, babe. I'm on the phone. Go outside. I got a message every time I tried to come saying I insulted the host or something. Right. Oh, Glynis says text her. Maybe she didn't realize. I was like, come on, Lee. Come on the chat. Okay, I'll send a message to. People were saying horrible things. Yeah, did you guys notice that? Like other people that were there, did you see how in the chat it was just like That it was cringe. It was cringe. Let me see. Let me see if I can open it back up to at least get access to the chat. But I don't know. I want full screen. I want out of full screen. How do I get? Is this like a new thing they start? Like, why can't I see the? It's weird. I don't understand how that's working. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Oh, here we go. Harvey. Is Mayor Clark a bad politician? Let's see. Now, wait. What did you get? I don't know what's going on with YouTube. Sorry, guys. Okay. Berg at Berg. This reminds me of you having to disavow Shay and Ellen Ciro. Oh, yeah, yes. Did you see what Jedediah said though? I was like what? I don't get into the drama. I don't know what's going on. But if I guess if he had a problem, I just said you got my number, give me a call. Like, why is this like junior high girl clicks, like, I'm not talking to you because you talked to Susie and da 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 da, da. Like, I don't have time for that. Hello. Oh, really? I'm so glad you said that. That happened the other day. It's for some reason it's not showing my work number. I think I have to reset the Google. But yeah, I was just saying if you want to come on, we're doing our reaction to the interview, to my live. Mhm. Tell them to come on. No, they know. I told them to, because we need to. I want people to hear this. I want people to hear our actual Harvey residents' analysis of that interview, because there was a lot that needs to be unpacked. So that's why I was saying, tell them to come on. Um, okay, I'll see you guys on the live. Okay, bye. Someone said Jed went off on Lady Luck Club. Ooh, I will have to watch replay. She's a content that he was close to. Oh, Lady Luck Club. Yeah, that does sound familiar. I'm getting error messages. Oh, you mean Cynthia? You mean like, are you trying to replay the video? I think it was letting me replay the video, but did anybody experience this? Like, it just shows up in the big screen, and I'm like, no, 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 no. I wanna find the chat. This message is for Tin Soya for Mary's Clark's conversation with him. I don't understand that, DMG. He walked away from Harvey. Oh, Jed. Yeah, that was confusing. Right, right. Well, and yeah, I don't understand. It's all distractions because the right questions. I missed what happened. Very immature. Oops. Everything has to be grouped. We can be independent, Tracy. Brian DMG can talk to who they want to, and I can still say hello. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, let's not police you know, like I said, I'm not do I look, I used to teach junior high, okay? And high school, but for my junior high years, um I mean, that's the stereotype, but it's true. Like, that's how the girls often were. I'd be like, "Stop, girls. You can't talk." But if you talk to Diana, then you can't be my friend because she made fun of my outfit. It's like, ugh, I don't have time for that. We're trying to help people, and we're trying to get rid of corruption. Llama talked smack, telling Ryan to not associate with conscious. Okay, yes, I would say Jed seemed mad about that. Oh, I'm sorry, Cynthia. You're getting error comments in the chat. That is weird. Wish and pray everyone goes to independent. Thank you, Burgundy. Yes, independent thinking. I will be in the bushes. Stay strong. Okay, all right, that's fine. I'm like, Burgundy, come on. I want you to talk. You always have great things to say. Yes, Berg. Can we all just get along? Why the drama? Thank you, Tracy. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Well, especially if, like, we don't all have to agree on everything. But in general, if we're all saying, look, people are getting killed, They're losing their homes. All these things are happening because of corruption in government, and we're trying to get people involved, to get excited about local government, to really make a difference, to get more honesty, to get transparency, to get true democracy, with small d Democrat. It's okay to have differing opinions. But if it's always going to be trying to attack other people, then see, to me, I start to feel like then that's not about different opinions. It's like, well, are there other agendas? Because I don't, again, I don't have time for that either. It's just too complicated. Rethinking is priceless. I agree, Tracy. I totally agree. We cannot agree on some things, but still all be on the same side. Right. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yep. Um, I'm gonna let the Cheryl, who's the mauling victim sister, know, that if she wants to tune in or if she wants to share. I don't know if she had anything to say, but that we were just reacting to the interview. Okay, so she knows. Come on, guys. Come on and join me. Okay, good. Now, I was just trying to get some of the neighbors to come on. I think they're probably talking to each other. I know, they are riled up because that would rile anybody up, but especially if you live in Harvey. Distractions are how they win. Right. Exactly. 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 So, what did you all think of Jed tonight? No, I didn't catch all of it. I mean, he didn't do. Uh, I don't think he did like a horrible job at allowing, some of the questions in the dialogue. Like I just didn't. I didn't know. I didn't even know this was happening, but I was a little worried. Well, he did say. Remember, he did make one comment. Oh, with the caller, and the caller asked something. What was it about? Oh, the water bills, and he was like, "No, that was answered already." But that, and then the mods were getting after me, getting nasty with me. I put in the oh, hey Cheryl. Oh, okay, great, Cheryl. Okay, awesome, thank you. I just wanted to let you be aware because you guys were supposed to be the spotlight tonight, and this whole thing with Jed and the mayor was just like unexpected. So we really, even if I have to reschedule for tomorrow or whatever, we need to give more time to what happened to your sister. And it's very, very important. So I just don't want you to think that we're ignoring you. So yes, so everybody say, hey, Cheryl. She is the poor lady that was mauled, her sister. Conscious says disgusting. Oh, like how the mods were, yeah. And then but I put in the comments when Jeb was like, like, oh no, that was the answer already. And I'm like, no, I was trying to say in the comments, I said, no, he did. That is not true. We don't see any receipts. We don't know when we pay our water bill. We don't know where the money's going. So how, Jed, you cannot be a neutral interviewer if respectfully, right? I have nothing personal against Jed or anybody, but I'm just saying you cannot be a neutral interviewer and then just say, "Oh, okay, yeah, well, the mayor said that, that's what it is, so that, that's how it is." Like, no, we no one sees receipts about where our water bill money goes. So if Clark says, oh, "Well, yeah, I had to raise it because Chicago did," but we don't know. He could be buying himself steak dinner every night or homes in Florida or whatever. But the point is, we don't know. That was my thing on the show. He's horrible. I found them both condescending and downright dumb. Thank you. Oh yes, Carlita girl, if you want to come on in and share your opinion. DMG. People said horrible things about you and others. Yes. Hey, Cheryl, prayers for your sister. Oh, that is very kind of you, Tracy. And Cynthia, thank you. And Conscious, thank you. Thanks, Tracy. Oh, yay! See, this is the kind of conversation that I want. Not like, wasn't that so aggressive? Like, oh my God. Like, ooh. He blocked me. Yeah, and I still understand why Jed blocked you. Jed don't care about you. Yeah, it's that was sad. I'm sorry, DMG. You didn't deserve that. You were just asking about you were just trying to ask about the damn FOIAs. Okay, and I'm gonna post the link again if anybody wants to join and chit chat. So you should be able to see the link. But I want to show you guys. Look, because I was trying to see where the comments were. Hold on, I gotta share it right. Look how YouTube. I can't get it to not be big like that. Like how do I get the comments? Okay, hold on. Let me go back first. Let me go back. Oh, maybe he took it down. Oh, that's a bummer. Does anybody have it? Did anybody save it? Because I'm like, oh wait. Would it be under? It would be under his live, right? Oh, okay. Let's see. I just wanted. I wanted to, if nothing else, I wanted to see the comments. Oh Lord. Okay, it's an ad now. Okay. Oh, I know. Isn't that weird?
Can I get in on this?
Like, why can't I see the comments? Mini player? Wait, default view? Ah! Okay, maybe I found it. Wait. Let me see. Oh. Wouldn't it be down here? Come on, my YouTube helpers, experts. God forbid residents ask about civil rights violations. Right, exactly. Thanks, Cynthia. Aw. Come on, my YouTube experts. Hey, Glennis. How are you? You there, Glennis? Can you hear me? I think you should be added, but for some reason I'm not hearing you. Whoop. Okay, maybe she's gonna come back. Hold on. Hey, Glennis, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear.
Hello.
How are you?
Okay, good. Now you're working. Great. Oh, thank you so much for joining us. So if you guys don't know Glennis, she is a neighbor of mine. She's a resident of Harvey. I was just asking, I'm like, who knows YouTube? Because I think I wanted to see the comments again, Glennis, because I missed it. In part because I missed, a good portion of it.
Oh,
But I don't think Jed must be sharing of them.
oh,
But
okay.
because comments, I thought there was an option somewhere, or there should be like an option to view the comments like as they were in the live, Oh
Yeah,
man,
I
somebody
thought
help
there
me.
was a little
Crook,
I thought there was a little icon like
like
if you scroll up and you
not
get the
here,
thumbs
but
up, the
yeah.
thumbs down, the closed caption, and then the chat. I thought that was one of those in that sequence of icons.
Yeah, like I feel like it's somewhere. I don't know. Is anybody Crook County? Are you still on? He's always good with that. Anyone save it? Oh yeah. That would be good to know too. I was trying to win a bobblehead. Oh, I don't know what that is, but I remember you guys were talking about that on Consciousness show. Hi, Amanda. Oh, it's another neighbor. Okay, let's see. We have oh man. Oh, cool. Oh, now everybody's coming on. nice. Okay, hopefully my computer doesn't freak out. I apologize, guys. I don't have the newest computer. Okay. Concha says, I'm here. Cynthia says, is there a setting to not show comments? Maybe. Okay. I'm not sure, Ryan. Let me. The comments should be available. Oh, Mandy says the comments should be available for viewing in a couple of hours. Takes a minute once a person ends the live. Okay, thank you. Okay, is that why? You know what I mean, Mandy, though, right? It's not like not the comments after, but it's like, the comments that were made during the live. Yeah. So hey guys. Yeah. Oh, Carlita. I don't know if Carlita's joining us too. She's also a Harvey girl. But yes, welcome. And what did you guys think? Wait, first of all, did anybody catch the beginning part? Because chat replay. Yes, that's what I was looking for, Cynthia. But did anybody catch like what he talked about before I tuned in?
I was on.
Yes, I know what you mean. Unless. Oh, right, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Glennis. What did you say? I don't know what happened. Let me check again to see. I thought it would be down here, but yeah, Amanda says maybe it might take a while. Let me just fast forward then. Wait, let me see if I can find where the mayor popped on. Oh, there he is. Oh my goodness. I'm tempted to replay it. Conscious. Oh, Conscious, are you sure you're showing up as you're on? Are you? I'm sorry, Conscious. Wait.
Am I on?
It shows that you're
I'm
on.
Okay.
Yay! Yes, there you
Right.
are. I was gonna say, I'm sorry. I added you and Carlita. Okay, and then we lost Glennis, but I'm gonna add her back in. Oops.
Oh, I'm in.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you the chat. So I'm gonna present this, and you can just click on it and allow it. Do you see
awesome.
on the bottom of it? Do you see it on the bottom?
Oh, yes. Okay. Now, first I have to remove mine. Okay, remove this.
There you go.
Okay, now add yours.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Oh, cool. Yes. Now I want to see.
Okay. So.
And Glennis, are you back? Yeah, Glennis should be back, I think.
Can you see me scrolling?
Yes.
Okay. Here's all the chats. I have no idea what the Jed.
So Ryan, were you on live while you were also on Jed's? You were doing both?
I was, yeah. And then I kind of, once I got in with the show, I started like typing a lot of comments because I was trying to respond to the mayor's lies. And then the mods and other people started getting really like aggressive with me. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude. I was just trying to respond. But wait, Conscious, do you have the comments for the Jed video or no?
This is it. Should be it.
Oh, all I see are the comments for this live.
Let's see. There should be a present. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me. This one.
Oh, okay.
There it is. Okay, yeah. Okay, there it is. I'm so sorry.
Because to me, I do like to hear from Clark, but the comments I feel like are the best. Like, did you notice the real McCoy said or something like, I hope Ryan's gonna be. Oh yeah, still holding on to faith that Ryan is a stand-up guy. And then because she kept asking about, she wanted me to respond to, like I said, I'm not following the drama because my goal is to help people and to help Harvey and help the South End. But apparently, Jed, as he said in the video, was upset because I was talking to you, Conscious, which again, it's like, okay, Jed, hey, if you have a problem, you have my number, Jed, give me a ring, bring, bring, and let's talk about it. But I'm not a mind reader, and I'm not also gonna be like watching everybody's videos. Like, there's so much to do, you know what I mean? So I can't that was the first that Jed actually contacted me directly to even say that he had an issue. So then I don't know if you saw Conscious, but then before the chat ended, towards the end, and I just said, look, I'm not involved in the drama, but like, I'll talk to anybody who wants to help Harvey or the South End. Like, why should it be, why should this be so like clicks?
I really don't know. And hello, everybody. I apologize. That was rude. Jed hates me. And I don't know why.
That's what I don't understand either. And he didn't even tell me before this. So what you guys just saw, that, like I said, that was the first direct communication that I've had from Jed, that he was even upset with me. I'm like, oh, hi, how are you too? You know what I mean? It's very that's very awkward. Like, I felt awkward. And like I said, that's why I said I stay out of the drama, because I don't even know why Jed has a problem with you, Conscious. So it's just like, why, Jed, why are you putting me in the middle? It makes me feel very awkward.
Well, I told him to stop bothering. I don't know. I call out Mary. I call out Mary Avant. Valeria Stubbs. You're darn right. Because I have things on them. And too bad. All elected officials have to be held responsible. Whether you like them or not, it doesn't matter. It's not the point. You're elected.
Exactly. Yes. And Glynis, I just have to applaud you. I'll let you guys take it over for a minute, because I do have to run to the washroom. But before, I just wanted to applaud you because you did such a great job. I mean, I felt like I maintained my composure and my calm, and I basically said what I wanted to say. But you did a great job too, because I don't know. I thought, to me, Jed, he wasn't the worst host, but at the same time, he had his moments where it was like, ooh, like it was belligerent. You know what I mean? Where I feel like he was just putting too much pressure on you and the other callers.
On me? Putting pressure on me?
No, Glynis. I'm Glynis. Are you there, Glynis?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. But that's why I'm complimenting you, Glynis, to say I think you did a good job under pressure, because, something like this, if Jed, that's why I was taken aback. And the moms were bullying me, like, well, stop commenting. Why don't you call? Why don't you call? Why don't you call? First of all, someone that calls me a pedophile in public, I don't owe him anything, okay? I wouldn't owe him anything anyway, because I just don't. But it's like, don't be pressuring me. I don't have to call it. I don't have to do anything, But I finally did. But didn't you notice that Jed was being I thought he was being aggressive towards the callers, including you, Glynis.
Oh, I actually didn't feel
that he was pressuring you?
I didn't feel like he was pressuring me. I think
okay.
I think he was right, because I just came out with a lot of statements. I didn't have a question. So he was right. It's like, okay, so what's your question? Oh yeah, I guess I should just say something. So
yeah.
Yeah. So no, I didn't feel that he was pressuring me to to do or say anything in particular. But yeah, I thought I because I had my notes. I had little bullet points that I wanted to make sure I touched on everything. And then, like you said, I hadn't made a real question. So
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, and to be fair, right? I don't want to sound like I'm being overly negative on Jed either. I just was I was particularly displeased though remember when he chastised the caller about don't ask about the water bill that was already handled. And I was saying in the chat, it said several times, I said, no, that's a lie, because Clark is saying, oh, hello, old elderly resident that happened to call in. Well, sorry, Chicago increased the water bills, so that's why yours went up. Next, I was like,
Yeah.
no, you need to stop. Like that's where if you're being like, I'm all for like the idea of like for having a forum or having what do you call that? Not moderation, but like
Oh, a mediator?
yeah, like mediation, you know what I mean? But that's where, to me, if you're going to be a fair mediator, you have to be fair and you have to be kind of hard on both sides, And he was just letting Clark get away with the lies without questioning them. I'm like,
Yeah.
no,
And
no,
I
no,
thought it
no.
was so disingenuous of Clark to be like, well, have you ever brought this up to me before about the agenda? And yeah, somebody says it every meeting. If it's not me, it's
Right.
somebody else. That was not new to you. That was not a new topic. Like no one has ever asked us about the agenda and the bills packet. And, you know, every
Thanks.
meeting someone says something to that effect.
Right. Mediator. Oh, thanks, Kirk. Oh, you are here, Kirk. Right. I was gonna say for those of you who do not normally watch the Harvey City Council meetings, I'm so glad that we are getting some YouTuber attention and that people are starting to pay attention. Thank God. I'm very, very grateful. But Glennis is a regular public commenter, as am I. There are others, and like Mayor Clark knows who we are. I don't remember if Glennis was there, but I was there with Carlita, with her family, with some other residents, Missouri Urban. Last year we went into his office for a special meeting where the mayor was especially brutal and rude to all of us, but especially to these families that he is displacing out of their homes. So we went to his office to meet with him, but you get used and abused and lied to. Like, why? A part of me wanted to say, and he was like, "Oh yeah, well, Glennis, have you talked to me?" Or remember, someone was trying to say like, "Well, did you email?" And then I saw in the chat that people were like, "Duh," basically, about like Glennis email. It's like, excuse me, like we've done pretty much all these things. The mayor knows who we are very well. He knows how to reach us, and he chooses not to.
Yeah, well, Ryan, you should back it up. So that meeting, that was actually June 4th of last year. I'm sorry,
Almost a year
everyone. I'm
ago.
Carlita.
Can you believe it?
It's just sorry. I'm so
Hi,
sorry. That was rude.
Carlita. Hi.
No, take it
So
away. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be back. Go ahead.
So
Do
I'm a
it.
resident on Harvey, and I'm the one that's losing our home on 153rd and Myrtle for the retention basin. That Clark kept a secret. Since 2019, we didn't find out until July of 2023, after he won his second election. No one knew about it. And so the whole time I'm thinking, after we found out, we were going to be displaced, I'm thinking, okay, well, he's going to come and talk to us because actually he didn't tell us that we were being displaced. The people from Metropolitan Water Reclamation, the day that, the residents went to go meet with at the, uh, I'm sorry, at City Hall, they told the residents that, they were being displaced. Then he came in later and his attitude was, oh, well, just take the money. I was like, what? We're losing our houses. Many of the residents had lived on this block for 50 plus years, including my dad, who will be 90 in August. So I wasn't there at that meeting, but my sister and dad were. And when my sister told me, I was like, well, why would we be losing our house? You mean to tell me with all the abandoned homes that are in Harvey, they have to come and get this block? I mean, because the block had homes on it. They had three abandoned homes. I'm not sure if they were city owned or if they just were abandoned homes. And it's like, well, that doesn't make sense that they would take our homes. But I'm thinking, okay, well, he's going to come and meet with us and he's going to see that, we keep our houses up, we maintain them. we go to work, and things like that. We're good residents. We pay our taxes and things like that. He never came. He never came to meet with us at all. So I reached out to our alderwoman who was newly elected. That was Colby. And I was like, she had just found out the same day we all found out is when she found out. They kept it a secret from her. And so all that time I'm thinking, okay, well, he's gonna come and talk to us. I remember my first uh council meeting going and telling him, well, are you gonna come and meet with us? You need to come and meet with us on the block, right? Never happened. We had a meeting September 7th. It's on video where I'm telling him, well, we've been telling you to come and meet with us. And his comment was, maybe I didn't want to meet with you. And so, we have been fighting. Our family fought hard because my mother and father, they're losing two homes. My mother is deceased. My dad's a widower, and he's, elderly age. My sister lives with him, and I live right next door because my dad has two homes. And so my thing was, you're not gonna just displace my dad like that, and he's lost his wife the year before, and things like that. It's like, no, you're not gonna do him like that. And so I wrote a letter to Robin Kelly's office, and we met with Robin Kelly's chief of staff, and he they wrote a letter to him telling him he needed to meet with us to try to save our home. So that day was June 4th that we met with him. It was a group of us. Ryan was there too. Do you know he made us present our ID to make sure that we didn't have any felons? I said, okay. So he's trying to, this is his way to try to deter us from meeting with him. Okay. So when we go in, there's this, I noticed on his desk, there's this little toy violin on there that has where it read world's smallest violin. And that's a metaphor for I really don't care what you have to say. So I'm like, okay. Either he's looking up for a reaction from me or he's thinking that I don't know what that means. And we met with him and things like that. And I asked him because at the time, they had said that this retention pond would help 209 homes. And I asked him, well, can you just show us what 209 homes this is going to save? Oh, well, I'll consider it. He never showed us. And so my thing is, I'm not going to go. My thing is, I refuse to go on any platform where he's at because it's like, well, you don't care what I have to say anyway. Because you have that little display violin, you know. Um, so, it was just like, I'm not gonna waste my time and listen to what he has to say. So I really didn't hear too much of what he was saying on the line. So I can't comment, but he's just full of it. That's how I know, with the lady. I don't know if she's still on here with your sister, and things like that. He is not he doesn't show any empathy, you know, and things like that to residents, especially, if he feels as though you're coming up against him, no matter what it is. We they call oppositions because we fought really hard to save our home. And, I just couldn't believe that being a mayor and being a resident, a long time resident, my dad lived here 52 years, it will be in July. And just to lose everything like that, you know, it's really unfair. So that's just it.
Exactly. And then to hear where they and how many times has Clark told us in meetings? Just come talk to me. You never come to my office hours. But Mr. Clark, we've tried. And either you lie or you gaslight or you yell or you insult or I can't tell you how many times people have told me, "Oh, I tried to go and meet the mayor on Fridays." This one lady said, I think it's like 12. What did he say? 12 to 2 or whatever. But like he didn't show up until like the very end, and she was waiting for hours. Someone else said, "Oh yeah, I've gone to that a few times, but as soon as his staff sees that it's me and the mayor doesn't want to talk with me, they say, "Oh yeah, something had to happen. He's not, or something happened. He's not available, but one of his staff will talk to you." How is that? I mean, not only is it dishonest, but then you're gonna gaslight people and like try to chastise us to say, "Well, you don't come talk to me." Well, people even try, and like you just treat people rudely. That was my main.
And that was my thing too. Why should we have to come and talk to you when we're losing our houses because of you?
Right.
You should be coming talking to us.
Mm-hmm. And how these public officials get away with treating their people like crap? You know. Oh, DMG said I tried tonight. Claimed we could call it right. So I don't know if you noticed it, Carlita, but yeah, DMG was in the chat. She kept asking about the FOIAs, like basically why did you screw me over and not answer the FOIAs in Cal City that could have helped me with my case? And the mods were super aggressive with her and some other people too. Like you could tell they were just like some Clark bots. I don't know if you want to call them Clark bots or whatever, but in that chat for sure. But they were so rude to her, and then they ended up blocking her. And I was like, why? She just wanted information. Unnecessary.
Well, I thought his moderators were for him, not Clark.
We're for Jeff. I know, that's what I don't understand. And then when I complained, with Jeb, then they were all jumping on me in the chat again, like, no, you said that's it. Brian's horrible. You said this about. I said, no, I didn't say you guys were the bad one, but the point was that they were coming after me because they were like, oh, you're being abusive and you're being this and this and this, because I was just first I was counteracting his lies, but then Telaine Smith gets her ass on and says, so do you want to tell everybody why you can never work with children again? Like I said, and that's when I finally put in the comment, I said, look, to the mods, like, don't be mad at me. I'm just trying to defend myself. Don't try to silence me either. I said, if you call a gay person a pedophile, that's just like calling a black person the N-word. To do that, if you're not, especially if you're not in that community, like that is like really, really bad. And you don't expect people just to like roll over. Like, of course you're gonna defend yourself. So there was something weird going on with those mods. I don't know. They were Jed's mod / investigating team. Yeah, it was. Oh, and DMG brought up, good point. What about the busloads of people he bussed into the water rec meeting? Yes, I don't know if you guys knew that, but so we had a petition of like almost 1,300 signers saying, no, we don't want this pond here, to try to save these people's homes. We went to all these meetings, MWRD, City of Chicago. We talked to the U.S. rep. What's her name? Robin Kelly. We did all this, and Mayor Clark fought us the whole way. Right, Carlita? You can attest to that.
Yeah.
He fought us since 2023 up till the present. It's been about 2 years now, right?
Yeah.
Since they first, I mean, I can't believe it's been that long already, but Mayor Clark, this is what we want people to understand. So when I'm on there commenting, it's because we know he's a gaslighter and a liar. And we're saying, don't listen to, what are you going to do? Someone who has a documented track record of corruption and harassing citizens, and you're just going to like take what he said. Oh, but he's trying to get along, Okay, that's fine. He can talk, but at the same time, don't get mad at us if we're going to try to hold him to some stuff. And if we have serious questions, because we know he has a track record of being a liar and a gaslighter and a narcissist. So one of the MWRD meetings, we were actually making progress, I feel, with the board at fighting this project. And the mayor uses the city's senior group, that with our tax money. Remember, like Tiffany did the events with the seniors, So, they have events every week at the city. And oh, thank you, Crook. Thanks, Crook. Appreciate it. Um, so they basically go to these seniors that they have as their captive audience that they do the senior events with and tell them like, hey, let's go to the city, get some food, maybe do some shopping. They take them to the MWRD meeting, have them there to use them as props, showing them as, like that they're supporting this plan to take residents' homes, including mostly other seniors' homes. Now, I think maybe some of the seniors might have understood, but a lot of them didn't really even know what they were doing. So as DMG noted, Clark did that. This is not what a reasonable person does. Who you can just say, "Oh, well, let's just sit down and talk." Like these are evil, calculated actions that are planned out way in advance. So that's why I want people to understand. Like when we're upset in the chat or whatever, Golden Girls Gang, that's elder. Thank you. Yes, and I've had residents say that. Say like this guy commits elder abuse. I think it's absolutely true. He's not the only one. I mean, we saw it with Tiffany. You see it with a lot of politicians because they know that they can get votes that way too. But they prey on, and I can tell you, oh hey, oh my God, Stray, thank you. You were like the only one defending me. Not the only one, but oh my God, they were so vicious, and most of those mods were horrible, and they were not helping. So thank you, Stray, so much. I was like, oh. But they Clark picks on these seniors, and Carlita can attest. And wait, is Glennis still with us? Yes. Glennis could attest as well that oh hey Wyoming gal. Oh, how are you? These seniors, a lot of them, they're ill, okay? They're widows or widowers. They're lonely. They may not get many visits from family members, okay? They some of them might have a decent amount of money, some of them might not, okay? So they're well, let's just say Clark, okay? I know other politicians, but we can tell you, those of us in Harvard, we can tell you for certain that we've seen this. He clearly and maliciously preys on seniors. So I don't know if Glennis or anybody wants to add to that, but it's like this. It absolutely happens. Like so, this stuff that we're talking about we're not just making it up. Oh, you weren't getting the notifications? Yeah, that I know what you mean. Sometimes that happens to me too.
Yeah. Can I enter?
Yeah. Oh, please do.
Now I see this guy asking, or girl, I'm not quite sure, asking you to address the conscious affiliation.
Was that real McCoy or who?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There is no affiliation. We're not here to make trouble. I don't. I want to make this clear to everybody in Harvey. I just started playing Ryan's video to get Harvey a little attention. Our family wanted to get attention to Harvey. And it's working. Ryan needed a body cam. We felt he was in danger. So we did a donation show. And within an hour, we raised the money to get him a body cam because he needs it. It's very dangerous times. I told Ryan.
For which I am grateful. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm grateful, and I have to say, I grew up in the era of really bad televangelists and like bad Christian preachers who prosperity preachers who are always trying to get stuff. So I don't like asking for. I never asked Conscious or any of the folks that normally tune into her show. So understand, I never even asked for anything. They offered this out of the kindness of their own hearts. So why am I going to be petty like Jed appears to be being? Because he's, like I said, he still hasn't told me why it's such a big sin that I would even share about Harvey on Conscious's show. Like what do I have to insult him first before I talk to people? Like, but why would I say no to people who want to help?
He hates me. He really does.
I will
not bend the knee. But We donated the body cam. We felt Ryan was in danger. Ryan did not ask us for anything. Nothing. Not one single thing. We wanted to help Harvey. We know Ryan and the group has been fighting for years against corrupt government. We wanted to contribute. That's it. And show videos of the meetings. That is it. There's no affiliation. Stop targeting Ryan because I'm posting meeting videos and donating a body cam.
Yeah,
It's terrible.
And I'm grateful. Like I honestly, and I agree with Burgundy because we were talking about this. Hey Burgundy, and thank you Burgundy for connecting me to Wyoming. That's awesome. I didn't know. See, that's what we want. And Burgundy and I discussed this. I talked to a few other YouTubers about it. I know Conscious agrees with this because of my of South End history. I knew about his family. Oh, okay. Oh, you did? Oh, cool. Oh, about the Wassos for their store, the Wasso grocery store. But I was talking to the YouTubers, and it's like we we might disagree on things. We all come from different perspectives, da, 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 but we have a common goal, right? We're trying to help, and there's no reason that we can't all work together. And even if you don't agree with someone, like I'm not going to tell someone like, oh, I may not get along with this particular YouTuber, activist, or person, so you can't come to Harvey. No, if they want to come help bring visibility and they're, I mean, as long as they're not hurting people, and causing, pain and suffering more so than our politicians. But I mean, the more the merrier, right? And I think, it sounds like Burgundy agrees with that. I'm sure Conscious does. It's like if anybody wants to help, I don't have anything against Jed or any other person. It's just I don't like when, as Stray said, when people play that game where it's like, well, I don't like that person. Therefore, if you hang out with them, then that means we can't hang out because that means you don't like me.
Yeah, it's pretty silly. I'm going to jump off, but it was very nice meeting everyone. We don't mean Harvey anything bad. You have already got it horrible. We don't want to cause friction. We just wanted to help by showing videos and getting him a body cam. That's all. That's it. There's no danger from our family. None whatsoever. So that's all I wanted to say. We pray for Harvey. And we will show videos of these meetings, which are absolutely ridiculous. And also Calumet City. But I just want everybody to know we don't mean any harm. We don't want to cause friction. This is horrible. It's childish. Please just grow up and help the people of Harvey. That's all. Thank you so much for having me.
No, thank you, Conscious.
Well, hey, Conscious.
Hey, how are you, Crook?
What is going on?
I didn't see you there. Or is that?
Wait, was that? Oh, I think it's Minion.
Minion.
Hey,
Hi,
Minion. I saw you snuck in. Oh, and
I
Mandy's. Oh,
did.
everybody's here. Oh my God. I'm like, wait, I didn't pay for the fancy plan. Okay, no, that's right. I still got it.
He like, do I have enough? Okay.
Mandy's here. Minion's here. Crook is here.
Hey.
Glynis is
How are
still
you,
with
Minion?
us.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I was just getting off.
Shocked.
You're shocked
At what I saw today, but I'm good.
Oh man.
What are you shocked at?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Over the caller. I mean, between Lady Luck Club, I thought it was kind of an unhinged moment for Jedediah,
Yeah. I don't
when
watch Lady Luck. I have no idea what's going on with that.
Yeah, she's just another content creator.
The name sounds a little familiar, but I don't remember. But wait, I thought she and Jeb were buddies, right?
Look, I don't be up in these YouTube streets like that. I'm like,
Me
what
neither.
is
I don't
going
know.
on? I'm like, what did I get into? I thought we was gonna hear this clown say some bullshit, which we did. We still got to hear the bullshit, but you know, I didn't expect the him to go off on y'all like that.
I don't understand.
Did
He
they?
called
So
you
maybe
out to get on.
did they talk about Lady Luck before we got on, or before I got on? Is that what you're saying? Maybe I missed that
Maybe
part.
it may have been before you got on.
Oh, but I'm so glad you guys are all here. I love this. I love the meeting of the minds.
But
Conscious Burgundy says stay on, Conscious. She doesn't want you to leave.
stay on, Conscious. We just got in. What you got
Yeah,
to
they're
do?
like we just got here, girl. You can't leave yet. I'm surprised.
So what are
I'm
y'all
surprised
talking about?
Trina doesn't show up. Watch out. Uh-oh.
Go pee. Oops, my mother has to go pee. Did you hear her? God, I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
hey, Mom.
So what's the conversation about tonight?
We were.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Conscious.
I just wanted to come on and let people know we don't want any friction in Harvey. We just want to give awareness. That's all. That's it.
That's what we're doing, because I just showed Lady Luck Club the videos of you getting arrested, Ryan, and of course Kobe. And yeah, people are like, yeah, that can't be, like, we can't allow that to happen. So I definitely want to start reporting on it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. No, we really, really do. LLC's chat is very supportive, Ryan, tonight. Glad to see. Wait, what's LLC?
Lady Luck Club.
Lady Luck Club.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. What I was gonna say, Ninian, what did you think? Because you're way more experienced YouTuber than me, but yeah, what did you think of the chat? I was like, whoa! I felt like I was walking into like a Star Wars space battle. You know, where you have all the ships like.
So I don't really pay attention to the chat a lot. I was actually listening to the conversations of the callers. What was going on in the chat though?
The chat
I was watching the chat.
The chat was where it was all happening.
What was going on in the chat? What I miss?
It was a mix. It was a mix of Clark fans, some of INA, like the people that regularly watch the show, and then Harvey residents who are refuting what he is saying. So it was a mixed bag of people. So it was comments coming from like a little bit of everywhere.
So it was like a battle. It was literally like a opposite sides going at each other.
Yes, it was opposite sides. It was definitely slanderous comments coming in because you have an elected official that decided to tap dance in the comments and try to imply because in overarching, I'm sorry if I'm taking over, what irritates me the most about this entire administration is that they dance the line of illegal and immoral, and because they're not doing anything illegal, we ain't doing nothing wrong, but it's immoral, and what you're doing is wrong.
Well, when
Just
you're in
because it's not illegal
violation,
doesn't make it right, and so they love to dance in that gray area, and it irritates me. And a lot of his replies and comments were very twisting words, and it just drove me insane. What were you gonna say?
no, I agree. I just feel like that his actions in some cases, like having Alderman arrested and having Ryan arrested, I think that they are definitely teetering on a lot. I would say they're illegal, but the thing is, to prove that they're illegal, you have to get counsel. You have to pay for counsel, and what he's banking on is the fact that it's probably the people there can't afford counsel like that. So he can really do whatever he wants, and unless somebody sues him or legally comes after him, what can they do?
Yeah. But I was going to say, I think the people who have been to the city council meetings and have seen Clark in action, for some extended period of time, kind of knew what he was going to say. So we think we were the ones that took to the chat to kind of refute, like if he would
Mitigate the haters, right? So you were really trying to neutralize the.
Right. So what did he say? There was a lot of stuff like he was saying about I don't remember what the topic was, but Ryan kept saying he's lying, he's lying. And then, others of us would come in and say, yeah, that's right. He didn't do that, or he did do that, or, whatever the case might be. Oh, I think it was about the agendas, oh, well, we didn't know. I said this earlier, but I was like, no, somebody has already said that almost every meeting. Somebody brings it up in some way, shape, or form that there's no transparency. So, for him, and that's the thing that I've experienced, that he'll say without a blink, without missing a beat, he'll just say something totally erroneous and just hope you didn't catch it. And then you have to bring it back to him to be like, no, dude, that's not what that's like, the thing between the treasurer and the comptroller. I think that's what Ryan was talking about and was holding him to the fire for that. That's not true. That is not, so it's those kind of things that from the outside looking in, if you didn't know the dynamic that goes on week after, or every 2 weeks after every 2 weeks in the city council meetings, you might just be, well, okay, well, he's at least trying, or at least he's open to. No, we've been talking about this for months, if not years, and there's been no budging on it. And like Ryan said about the vacant property, it only took 6 years for them to finally do, so it's like, I mean, maybe that's a win, that's still a win, but that he finally got part of it, but it took 6 years. And so that's not acceptable.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, and Ryan, just to clarify, I do not have a YouTube page. I have social media, but I do not have a YouTube.
Well, I'm
at
sorry,
this
Mandy.
moment.
I thought you did. I'm speaking it
Mandy,
out into
I
existence.
saw Mandy on Jedediah's page when I guess y'all had y'all meeting other minds, like, which was almost kind of like, the chat was, they had to kind of moderate the chat because they were, being very mean, which I don't like. I don't agree with that. So, but I'm glad to see you. You look nice, and I'm glad to see you fighting for Harvey, because they definitely need somebody.
Yes. Born and raised here, currently live here. So yes, I'm in the fight. I've been in the background. But I'm coming a little bit more towards the front. But yeah, thank you, Shay. Maybe I'll have a. That's something I need to think about.
I
Because I
really
know it
thought
takes a
you
lot of
did,
work.
Don't think
Mandy.
about it. Just do it. We
Well,
want to
I
hear
have
you.
social media, but it's completely it has nothing to do with politics and policy. I'll tell you that. So yeah, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, so just overall, I think this entire interview was very performative.
Absolutely.
It was like he needed an Oscar for the performance
No, he don't. No, he don't. No, he don't, because it
He
didn't
needs an
convince
Oscar.
anybody. Mandy, that performance was not convincing. It was piss poor. That was what is the Tubi? That was a Tubi movie performance. That wasn't that wasn't a good performance. But also, it's what we expect. He's a lawyer, right? So he could talk. I mean, even if it sounds like bullshit, he could still, he don't have a problem talking. So I saw a lot of people were getting on talking about, at least he's coming on and at least he's open to have the conversation. But at the end of the day, if you're not going to be talking about anything, you're going to be spewing the same shit you're spewing in the damn meetings, then you can stay offline.
The only
We don't need to
reason
see that.
the only reason he's even trying to cozy up next to them is because he's gearing up for reelection and he doesn't want those skeletons to fall out the closet that he lives in. That's while he's trying to cozy up and doing and taking interviews. You meaning you on YouTube when the same things you saying on YouTube should be readily available and for public consumption. And
Bingo.
it's so performative. Even when Clark was saying, "Oh, we're gonna open our doors to the team," and I was just like, "You gonna open your doors to the team, but the residents who have been asking for years don't have a voice, or you try to gaslight or say one thing and do another, but it's you're trying to get in front of something. That's all it is,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you're on
Thank
term
you,
two,
Mandy. Now, come on. Somebody has to
When
tell
is the
the
next
truth.
election?
2027.
Then
Okay.
Somebody
It's
has
just
to
utterly
tell the
ridiculous.
truth.
And then
Yeah, but he could
also
have kept
it's
that though.
he really it really got under my skin when he was like, "Have you volunteered?" Excuse you? Volunteer?
Oh, did you
You
like
literally
that?
have a
Did you like
full
that
staff.
suggestion, Mandy?
I was like, "Oh, a public works committee?
Right. I said
For
I
what?"
would, but I did say in the chat, I said I would do it, but you do have a full staff to do that. But I would do it just to shut him up and
Oh,
just
Right.
to get us the
right.
information that we deserve. Not even so much we need. Well, we do need it.
Right.
Do
Yeah.
need it, and we deserve it.
Why?
So I
Why
would
would somebody volunteer to put information on a website when you have an entire communications director?
because they're not going to do it, and I do believe that
Yeah.
even if they do
But
have
see,
a
y'all need a new communications director. That doesn't mean that you
that they know how to do it, to be honest, because I've seen some of the stuff that has been scanned, and I'm like, I would have been fired
but that's probably what needs to happen.
if I had produced something like that. So I don't know if they know how to do some of the things that need to be done. But I mean, you're right. I believe that it was, certainly a smokescreen for, oh, well, why don't you volunteer to do it? No, you do pay people, or I pay people through my tax dollars to do that.
Are
But
they incapable of doing it? Why would I have to, like Mandy said, why am I volunteering? I
Right.
well,
would
Right.
ask them that. Like,
I absolutely agree, but I'm saying I would do it. I would take that on just so that we, the residents, could get the information. But trust me and trust and believe, he's not going to extend that. He's not going
right.
to give that power to people to be able to peel back and see what's going on behind the veil. He's not going to do that. So I put it out there. So it's on Jed's page. It's in more immortalized in the chat that I said I would do it, but I
I feel you on that. That's
he's not
smart.
going to extend that. He's not going to make that a real offer.
You should bring it up to the
Again, a
meetings.
performance. Oh,
I
You
certainly
should,
will. I'm gonna
and then
step.
Stray, when
Right.
he said blame it on the glitch. That he like this is not technology. This is not a website we're talking about here. We're talking about human beings that are not communicative. That's another thing that irritated me.
Right.
It must be a glitch in the system. We're not talking about clicking on a website. We're talking about the people that work for you, the people that are elected are not answering their emails. They're not returning phone calls.
Mhm.
If it's a glitch in the system, let me find it. Uh, it was the he maybe not an Oscar, maybe a master class in deflection and deception. Maybe that's
Right.
Math
right.
class and
what it
gas.
is.
There you go.
He is a tech. Well, I was talking to one of the YouTubers. What's his name? Rico, but I'm blanking on the name of his channel. Uh, and I said we have to do a video together, because he was telling me, he's like, oh yeah, I've studied psychology like so much, I could probably, I probably know the DSM backwards and forwards now. But he started, explaining different things about narcissists. He's like, oh yeah, no, Clark's just like Tiffany, and the narcissists, and they do this and this and this. And I was like, oh, you're so right. Because what do you notice about a narcissist? It doesn't matter how you can be very logical, you can
Hmm.
get a lot of people supporting you, you can do everything right, but in their minds, if they see something black, they'll call it white until the end of the day. you know like you will never be able to convince them that they are wrong or that they're doing anything wrong or that. And that's one thing I was going to make a comment on tonight, because we were originally supposed to go over the animal issues, but from last week's meeting, like most of that animal forum was just Clark making excuses about why he didn't do anything wrong, and he kept chastising and almost not punishing, but like like taking to task the public. Say, thank you, Reality Check TV. Thank you. I forgot Rico's channel. Okay, thank you, Tracy. But it was like he was like whipping us or so, like verbally. It was like, what? Like, you haven't had adequate animal control for 6 years. Don't you dare have a meeting, because like Mandy said, that you want to run again in 2027 and everybody hates you and you're a horrible mayor, and now you want to try to rehabilitate your image. But he can't even see, a narcissist cannot do
They
that,
can't
right?
see.
They
It's no
Yeah,
diff.
there's no
It's no
empathy.
different than Tiffany
No
on the day
different.
of the election, and they interview her and it's like, "Oh, the people didn't give me a chance, ma'am, ma'am.
Right.
No, I
You
think
have
Tiffany
stolen
learned from
time,
Chris.
money, land, and resources, and the people didn't give you a chance."
Right. Right.
What are
And,
we
and, and
dealing with here?
everyone's just like, well, don't you get it? And it's like he just doesn't care. And then to see him speak so disrespectfully to the victim's sister, but again, why do you, if you're a narcissist, you don't care. All you want is to take, 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 take. And so it's like these people, I'm convinced, and I agree with Rico, it's like you have to isolate them, you have to oppose them. Ultimately, you have to get them to a place where they can't cause harm, because in most cases there's no controlling them, there's no reasoning with them, because they lack empathy. And if you lack empathy, you can't be like, oh, I shouldn't do that to Mandy because that's going to hurt her. Well, someone without empathy, they literally, not only do they not understand that, but I mean, do they not care? But they also, there's a lack of understanding. It's like,
Yeah,
oh, it hurts her. Yeah, but it helps me, so that's okay.
So I guess
lack
the other
of.
issue is, how do people with no empathy end up? I guess it's easy for them to tell you anything,
Yes,
that's
that's it.
gonna.
They're very. I watched this one YouTube channel with it's about philosophy, but this guy talks a lot about how do the worst people always end up in leadership positions, and he talks about ancient Romans and Greeks and Machiavelli's writings, and everything. But it said because usually smarter people are humble and they know they're not always right, and they're willing to look at nuance and shade and like, oh, okay, well, yeah, maybe I'll change my policy on that because I wasn't right. But they said that our human instinct is, even if you are a smart person, like, people want to
Confident.
instinctively follow someone, yes, who's confident no matter what, unreasonably confident. Like, you
Hmm.
could do like the stupidest stuff, but if you're just like, we're all gonna
Right.
jump off this bridge together, yay! And then people are like, but Mandy might be over there in the corner being like, guys, in my physics class, I think we talked about something. I don't think that's gonna end well for you. I'm just having some doubt. And they're like, don't follow that girl. She's just like, doubting. Da, da, da. We're gonna go for this loud
Mhm.
And they said the research shows
This
people
sounds
are
like the Democrats and the
loudest person.
Republicans, basically.
Right,
The, the,
right,
the Democrat and Republican Party issue, because I feel like Democrats are too soft, but they do a lot of the things. Their policies are based in logic and actual common sense.
Mhm.
Um, I mean, not all of them, but a lot of them. And then when it comes to Republicans, I mean, we have Trump as the
right.
representation of that. So
And right, and he's another one that people have psychoanalyzed over and over and said, okay, he's another textbook narcissist. And
obviously,
which brings me to another point. And Tracy said y'all need term limits. I don't disagree with that. I think that's good.
We had term limits. That's how Clark got in the seat. But
Right. Oh, that's
He
Clark,
removed them, didn't he
well,
have it
he
rescinded?
removed them.
I'll tell my story. The last election where Clark was the alderman, we voted and there was a referendum on the ballot to implement term limits for Harvey, which in turn blocked at that time Mayor Kellogg from running again.
Mm-hmm.
So here comes the election. Clark runs for mayor and wins, and then magically that particular referendum
Never
goes
gets.
away.
Right. Voted
So
on.
Yeah.
now there is no more term limits.
Well, you know who
Harvey.
supported that though? Napoleon Harris, Speaker of the House Chris Welch, Thaddeus Jones, I think Will Davis. I want to say they were the sponsors of that bill. It didn't pass the first time at the state level, but it didn't matter. They all got together and pushed it again. They got it to pass because they said, well, it got Kellogg out. We wanted the establishment decided they wanted Kellogg out, but a lot of the other people like Thaddeus, they wanted to be able to have power and have jobs, and the term limit law was getting in their way. So they said, nah, we're going to pass a state law that it didn't get rid of term limits altogether, but it just said if you had a law that included past term limits, that law was no longer valid, and that was Harvey's law. But if you had something talking about like going to including from now to the future, it was still valid. But I mean, that's what they wanted. So Thaddeus was able to get in as mayor, and he's mayor and state rep, and then there were other people that used that. So it's really, I was going to say, that goes to my next question is, since we know that narcissists are easily manipulated like Trump, they're not particularly intelligent sometimes, but my question is, who is behind the scenes? Who is the puppet master for Clark? If we look at money, you would say, well,
who funded his campaign?
Yeah, Speaker of the House, Chris Welch, and his law firm, Ansel Glink, who are also corporate counsel for the city of Harvey, they by far, by like thousands and thousands and thousands, were his biggest donors for 2023 reelection campaign. So that is
Brian, I was thinking about this the other day. So, how much money did he raise for his last campaign? Do you know offhand, like, or even a ballpark figure? Because I was thinking he only won with how many votes? That seems like not a good return on their investment. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, I mean, he won, obviously, but
Okay, I was about to say, what you mean? They got
but he
they
only
hit
won
the
because people didn't come out to vote, pretty much. So, I mean, I was just thinking about that the other day. Like, if we can
Yeah,
get,
we always have low voter turnout.
and then what happened to the money? Did he really spend it? Because I don't remember getting anything in the mail. I don't remember. I remember the billboards, but there was some controversy as to whether or not the city paid for those billboards. So, where did his campaign finance money spent? So, I mean, that would be something I guess we could FOIA. But I was just thinking about that the other day. Like, where did all that money go? Because no, they gave
That
substantial money.
Well, I pulled up. I did a quick little search. In 2020 for the 2023 election, his biggest donors was the people. The people for Emmanuel Welch. Oh, Chris Welch.
Yeah,
They
he's the
came.
Speaker of the House. Yep.
Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. That was after. Okay, that was April 2023. So that's after the fact. So during, I guess, election time, it was lots of liquors, 18,000. Trims trucking. Hmm?
18,000?
18,000.
Oh,
18,400. Trims trucking, 17,900. Fair towing, 13,500. AZSBE LLC, 12,500. And so Glink PC, 12,000. And that was those are from 2023.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, they're not really the biggest, the hugest donations. So I don't know. Do you think they were doing it just to get him in office, or do you think they're looking for a return? Well, they probably definitely looking for a return on their investment.
I think that tow truck place though is the city's
I was
towing.
about to say, do they have contracts with the city?
I believe so. I don't. I mean, I don't know if someone else knows for a fact, but I for some reason I just well, I know for sure one of them was in the parade. I remember that because I thought that's an odd thing to be riding through a parade, a tow truck service.
Right.
They support their mayor.
Absolutely.
So y'all need to figure out if they have any
For
contracts or
campaign,
affiliations.
with a few hundred votes. That's a lot of money.
It's a
Right.
lot of money for a race of a small town.
Right.
I
That's what I'm saying. Relative to the size
Right.
of the town. Yes. Yes, you're right.
Here, I'm gonna let me bring this up. Can you guys see it? Wait, wait,
Because I
wait. Sorry.
remember when I looked at Kwame Raoul's donations, I was like, three
Okay, you got it.
million.
Can you guys see it? Is it big
And that
enough?
was and that's a statewide election, you know? So like a town of what, how many we got here? 20,000? 20, 30,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's
20,
barely
30?
2,000. I don't think
So
it's
you
Oh, so these are like over probably two. How many thousand? That's a
so
lot
do
of
you see
money.
it? Look at this. Look, April
60.
2023.
But that was after he got reelected.
So
So
But
that's
that's
but that's why I'm
100.
thinking Speaker of the House, he must be one of the big puppet masters because 60,000 for a local, that's a lot of money. I don't know who Alfred Ronan is. I have no idea.
But you know, they probably be recycling the well, I guess they can't because they actually spend it. So never mind.
The Antero Group. Now, this is another thing that unfortunately, it's not illegal, but it should be. The Antero Group gets big money from us, the taxpayers. They're a consultant firm. Like they did consulting for the 154th Street project. They do a lot of consulting, and we don't really know exactly what they do or or who gets paid how much for what.
right.
But also notice how much they gave, $20,500 in, and let's see, this was last fall,
Wow.
which is
mm-hmm.
weird because, oh, maybe it was for, well, no, wait, this is under Citizens for Christopher Clark. Well, to elect Clark for mayor. I was going to say that I was thinking that was related to his run for township, but maybe they just wanted to hedge their bets, to say, here, let's make sure in case maybe he were to win township, let's throw some money his way. I don't know.
Wait, until Laney Smith gave him 10,000?
Yes.
Mhm.
Do you see why she was so annoying in that chat? Because literally that girl, she's got to make sure she gets, some get paid
Mm-hmm.
back on her investment. That's why she's in that chat.
Mm-hmm.
And she's always sitting there going, yes, oh yes, Mr. May.
Motion to question or whatever. Question a motion. He's always like Johnny on the spot with that. So Colby can't get a word in edgewise.
Mhm.
Well,
And this is why I tell people it's not just about getting rid of Tiffany. Look, see, Frank was.
yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry. Say it again, Glennis. You cut out.
Oh no, I didn't say anything after I said about Delaney using that motion to question or whatever that is.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
oh,
No.
This was
Glennis. Hey, Glennis, I didn't know that was you because I think I got your request. I think I either sent you or accepted a request for you
Yeah.
to dance out your
hmm
name.
Yep, that's me.
yay. No, it's good. I'm glad to see people talking, connecting. This is good. Did you notice?
And the
Okay, wait.
clerk donated as well.
Yeah, look at 5,300. So a
Hmm.
lot of it is pay to play.
Oh,
Even
that's what
this
it
guy,
is.
Patrick F. Daly, it's like, why does he care who's mayor? He is a trustee for South Suburban College. Why is he donating? So
Invested in. Right.
I don't know. I'm just guessing it's Chris must have some support from the machine, the Democratic machine. What's weird though is that at least on the surface, Napoleon should be really representing the Democratic machine, and to the public, they appear as rivals. But when you see stuff like this, that's what makes me think, well, maybe they're not rivals. You never really know.
Well, people could be allies one day and then rivals another.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
or
I think him and Napoleon, yeah, I don't believe they see eye to eye. And I'm still a little not necessarily confused, but like you were gonna run against him for the Thornton Township supervisor. You
Mhm.
challenged his votes, and then you got in front. Then once you got in front of the Thornton Township electoral board, and they started asking questions, then all of a sudden you withdrew you withdrew your what is it called,
His petition.
nomination, petition to run.
hmm
Right. It's very strange. Right? Oh, and you
Very
notice, look,
strange.
see how, remember how Clark was working for Thaddeus Jones? Well, Thaddeus gave him 11,600, and then it looks like his campaign fund
Also
gave
gave
him
him
11,600. So that's really, what, more than 22,000 from
mm-hmm,
Thaddeus Jones. That's a lot of money.
23.
I don't know who Livewire Electrical is. Oh, there's Delaney. Again, Will Davis. We've met with him before and complained about issues. Why does Will not respond? Well, again, he's got to get a return on his investment too, I guess. Alex's. Remember, we did the investigation, that one lot by 159th and Center. They got that. They got that for a steal that was city owned. And the owner is the same owner as Alex's Butcher Shop, who contributed to
Donated. Right.
W&W Towing. I think they do most of the
Oh,
city.
W&W
That's
Towing.
Early Walker, isn't it?
That's Early Walker.
Yeah.
Well, I hear they do a lot of the city towing, but I'd like to look into that.
That's probably how they get
No,
contracts.
there was, because I remember there was some commotion a
Right.
couple years ago about, I don't know if he was doing illegal tow. It was some shenanigans going on
But look at the date.
with the towing.
For W&W Towing, that was only in last October.
Yeah, that's interesting too.
Mm-hmm.
So then, and maybe at one point, so he had a towing contract with Harvey and Dalton.
I guess.
I would
know
like
he had
to
one with
know
Dalton,
that.
but
yeah,
the house is falling apart. Crook says,
does he have one now with Harvey?
That somebody should FOIA that because I don't know. That's a good question. Well, actually, Colby might know because she sees the bills list. It might be on the bills list. Which again, that should all be public. We shouldn't have to ask, but also,
yeah, but they slap they put a watermark on it to make it seem like it's confidential when it's really not. That's just so in the event, like Alderman Chapman or Alderman Keys shares the information. Oh, you shouldn't have that. Why? Because it's a confidential a tactic. It's again, it's not illegal, but it's immoral. They're always dancing that line.
This is what
Always
I
doing
think
it.
that we should start doing though. I mean, at the end of the day, if it's illegal or not illegal, that's not for you to make that determination. I would just call it illegal because it seems illegal to me. So, I mean, this is the reason why the reason why I say that is because these people don't have a problem calling other people out that fits their narrative. You're gonna have to prove that it's not illegal.
That's what I say, right? And I try to word it in such a way so that someone can
Fuck
come
wording it in any kind of way. Y'all need to just say
defamation.
what the fuck y'all gotta say. And this shit is illegal, and we not accepting it.
Right.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree.
And then because if you're like, well, if this isn't illegal, this damn sure is unethical. They're gonna look at you like, okay, it may be. Thank you for your comment. But if you really press them, like, nah, this shit is illegal. Y'all fucking breaking the law, and y'all need to expose this shit. Y'all supposed to been had that. It should have been on the site a year ago. Just really give them that energy. Then I feel like maybe they'll start feeling a little bit more of the pressure.
It reminds me of the Flip Chicago Flips Red Girls because they're
right.
That's how they get all that attention because they're
exactly
like they're taking people's homes. This is
You're right.
I love that energy.
But yeah, that's what get people riled up, and that's what narcissists know how to do too. They know how to get because
Thank you.
They know how to get
said it exactly. And it doesn't matter what it is. It can be something stupid, it's wrong, whatever. But they
eating the dead dogs, they eating the cats. People actually go around thinking that that's an actual real thing.
They did take that and run with it. I was there eating cats, and you see,
right.
It's like it's really. He thinks that the Abrego Garcia picture is actual. Like the MS-13 is actually on the man's hand. Like, and he wants us to believe that.
Right. That's why I'm like, okay, who's really manipulating these narcissists? In the case of Trump, I know it's the uber rich. It's they're happy to use him as a tool.
That's a puppet, yeah.
But
But he
maybe in
will
this
push
case,
any outrageous
Democrats.
story
I
as if
don't
he thinks that it is actually real.
Right, right. Yeah.
see when you're saying a puppet master with Clark. I don't think there is a puppet. There is no puppet. I think they just want power
I'm
because
gonna tell you what it is.
there's no a puppet to do what deeds have you done, what development has happened, like nobody's getting a hookup outside of maybe Early Walker, the butcher shop. You got your butcher store on 159th.
Oh,
Early
Maybe
Walker, you
land
get to
though.
tow.
Land. Well, or they could remember people could be getting money though, because we're not seeing where the money's going. So
You're
it's
right. We
possible.
haven't seen financials. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
And
it's
one
possible.
of the comments I made in the comments for Jed's thing was, that negative $164 million amount has been touted since he got in office the first time, and I'm like,
They
you haven't made a dent in that, or there's no progress being made to reduce that. So
Thank
again,
you. Yes.
how do you keep saying this number for years and years and years, but then you don't feel like you have an obligation to
lower
show
it.
how the money is being spent, and what are you doing to combat that? You can't keep saying, well, we have only a 42% rate of collecting taxes. Okay, so what is your strategy to change that other than taxing churches? What is going to do so that number comes down?
he
That's
doesn't. I think
something
that's the
that we
number he ran on. Like I think he
can.
ran on that number, and everybody runs with that number. It's 64, 164, 165, 164. We inherited. We inherited. You 2 terms in, and like you said, where's this number now? Oh, I
Right.
forgot. We don't know.
It
Right.
might be higher. Shit.
But he keeps saying it either means that he doesn't know where the money is going either, or he's trying to do a sleight of hand, like, oh, okay, well, maybe if we keep hearing 164 million, we won't pry anymore, because that's such a big number, oh gosh, but yeah, why do you keep, as the mayor who should know what the financial status is, keep saying the same number year after month after month?
I think he knows. I think my theory is that remember when we a lot of us were all excited to support his campaign in 2018, and we were like, yeah, he's finally going to fix the city after Kellogg, one of the
Oh, y'all was for this man.
Yeah, at first, because he portrayed himself as like, oh look, I'm the third ward alderman. I wear a bow tie. I'm a lawyer. I'm tall. I have a deep voice. I'm Christopher Clark, and I'm fighting the corruption of
And
Kellogg.
I think he walked out of a couple meetings too in protests a few times as
For
well.
the people, acting like he was for the people,
When he was alderman and he was against Kellogg.
like
He put
Tiffany
on a
did.
very good show. Not everyone was
Yeah.
fooled. Chappelle always likes to tell us, like, I told you guys you shouldn't have supported him. I'm like, no, you called that one right. But yeah, he's just been saying and doing the same stuff since day one. And we would always say when he was campaign or when we were fighting against Kellogg, who's like one of the worst, most corrupt mayors in Illinois history, right? Totally ran Harvey to the ground. And Clark and the supporters, were like, oh yeah, that Lewis Williams, that comptroller, oh, he knows where all the money is. He knows where all the bodies are buried. Got to get rid of him. He's no good. Da, 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 da. Clark, of course it was assumed, yeah, Clark was
That
going to
he
get rid of
was gonna be.
Lewis Williams is still there because
Shut
he knows
up.
where the bodies are buried. And
Tag
Clark
me in,
just,
Ryan.
Clark
Tag
just
me
hooked
in.
his wagon.
Tag me in, Ryan. Tag me in, please.
Go ahead. Yes.
I was so happy you brought that name up. So,
He's your
Oh,
favorite buddy.
sorry, my cat just tried to jump on my back.
you said what? Oh, Glenn, you okay?
Yeah, my cat just tried to jump on my back, and I didn't see him, and couldn't he couldn't land on my shoulder, so he just scratched up my back.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
He heard the name Lewis Williams and he was like,
He
whoa.
got frightened. So, about Mr. Williams, previous comptroller in the Kellogg administration is still there. But the city is still behind on financial reports for the last 3 years, and this man has been the comptroller for 10 years. I'm sorry, over 10 years. So if you don't know where the money is and he don't know where the money, Somebody know where the money is, but it's going in somebody's pocket. And I say that because when I went to the finance meeting in March, the comptroller was the only one speaking. There was no itemized list of bills. And then when I asked I think I had four. I had four questions to ask. By the time I got to the third question, I was told that there's a limit on questions, and I said, "Is that a law? I can't ask questions in the finance meeting." Right.
Right.
So to continue on, I saw the list, the list of itemized bills, and it's very some shady things are going on. Like there are some people are using their personal information, personal cards to pay for things for the city, and then they're being reimbursed. That is
No,
that
no.
is inappropriate.
Y'all commingling.
Inappropriate. And in my personal opinion, you're doing
Well,
that
I
because the
mean,
city really doesn't have any money at all. And whatever little money that they're getting, whether it's TIF, because we have 7 TIF districts, there's no report on that either. And the
Right.
meeting about TIF districts is supposed to happen once a year in June. Hasn't happened yet. And there's no report about it. What I think is I think they're taking the money from the TIF district. This is just my assumption. They're taking money from TIF districts, any type of grant, and they're unrestricting those funds so they can make payroll.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's
well,
why employees, you see them in the meetings, because when you all left the last meeting, when everybody got up and left, I stayed because I wanted to hear everything everybody had to say, and then that's when everybody got something to say. Now the aldermen now they have comments, but they didn't have comments during the meeting the other time.
Yes.
And he's
Yeah,
like,
I found that
"Well,
interesting too, that they were, deathly silent until everybody left. Now you're gonna be, all big and bad and talk, start talking all,
mhm,
but you don't say it in front of us. Yeah,
right."
that's interesting.
So during that time when he was doing his mayoral comments, and he was like, "Well, let me shout out the city workers. Y'all getting paid, right? Yeah, yeah." Until they don't.
Right.
So my opinion is the city is broke, and whatever little money they have, they are literally putting it towards keeping the employees paid because they know if them employees don't get that paycheck,
They're gonna
oh,
sit
it's
Marys.
all hell gonna break loose.
Hmm.
That's my personal opinion.
That makes a lot of sense.
Because,
Yeah.
like I said, I'm like, you got to be unrestricted. Whatever little money coming in, they're taking it to make sure they meet payroll. That's it.
the thing is,
That's how they keep people quiet. You keep the employees paid, ain't nobody gonna have nothing to say. And then
right.
everything else we could just deflect, 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 deceive, deflect, deflect, deflect. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm like, we have 7 TIF districts and nothing going on.
I wonder if you could get the feds involved. Like if there's something that you can raise up to the Fed, to the
Brian, did
federal
you
level.
try to get them involved?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to them. I know other people have spoken with them. I mean, we can always report more information to them for sure. I was gonna say I could send you guys I can send you the email if you have any information. I'll look. I have it for the local FBI office. But yeah, definitely. If anybody has anything, send it in. But the fact that Clark kept him on, that looks really bad because again he knew better, and he Clark used to rail against Kellogg and Lewis Williams, and well, why would you keep him on if that's the whole purpose? You
And he keeps
got elected
throwing poor. Well, I shouldn't say poor Aisha because I feel like Aisha
you
should be
you said
standing up for herself a little bit more, but
you wanted
making her the scapegoat.
to
Yeah, and she's
change
the elected official, and
things,
Lewis
but
Williams
then
is the employee. Why should she
you
be reporting to him? It should be
get
the other way around.
in and
But
you keep
they set it up like that. So again, because the comptroller is doing
you
something he
keep
has no business doing. What we saying, Ryan?
the one person
Oop,
You
I
keep
think
going in and out.
yeah, you
oh,
keep
you
going in
guys
and
there.
out.
I think you're going real slow.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I don't know what happened. We're back. But I was just saying we were just talking. Oh, I was saying the treasurer is elected. The treasurer is always above a hired position like the comptroller. Always, always. So I think that's another thing, right? Like Clark is trying to deflect. he doesn't want you to pay attention to the comptroller. Shh, don't pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. It's the
Right.
treasurer's fault. Look over her, over there,
Yeah.
over there. She's doing, and that's why I kept typing. I was like, no, she can't give a report because you keep her locked out of the books. Like, it's illegal, it's wrong, it's unethical, it's all those, but you do it anyway.
I would let him say all the stuff that he's saying just so you could debunk it.
And that's what I think
Well,
happening in the chat. The people that knew what was kind of what
yeah.
was getting on, like, no, that's not true, or no, he doesn't let her do that, or no, the comptroller isn't above, so anything he would say, people were refuting it in the chat. And I thought that was good, because
Yeah.
otherwise he would have just been able to say what he needed to say, and
Push
people,
whatever narrative, right?
yeah, and so people not attuned to who he really is would just
I
buy.
mean, they going if I feel like if Jedediah agree with him, they gonna agree with him regardless. So I mean, you can put whatever you want in the chat. They go off of the feelings of the host.
Well,
Right.
I think some people were especially once the Harvey residents, especially
Started getting on and started getting in that ass and asking the real hard questions.
questions. Yeah. So I think
Stray
people were
was
kind
very
of, what?
supportive.
Say that again.
Yeah. Stray was very supportive. Stray, I don't know if he's still with us, or she, but yeah, Stray was giving supportive. There were a few people that were supportive, but did anybody else though feel like it was a little bit like paid Clark supporters or something? I mean, we know Delaney's a paid Clark supporter. That goes without saying.
No, she a
But like
paying
some of
Clark
those other
supporter. Don't
people, they
forget
just
she the one that.
yeah, no, go ahead.
No, I said no. She a paying Clark supporter.
Right.
Right.
Well, I think it's both.
I
Yeah,
do
she's
feel like
paying.
it was a few people in the comments that I'm sure he texted them, jump on. Maybe
Oh,
his
Delaney's certainly, because she wasn't on initially. Then she all of a sudden popped up.
and
So
she
yeah,
put her whole name
yeah,
like a goofy.
Yeah. I was surprised she called in, but I mean, it was a friendly audience,
She
so
has to, Ryan. She had to call in. She has to keep her role.
yep. She has to keep him looking legit. She was at the meeting about the animal issues too. She was there in the
And what was she gonna say? Nothing.
she's all she's
Mm-hmm.
just part of the amen corner. She's always there like, "Oh, Mr. Mayor, you're so good. You're so good." It's like, "Okay, we know you're getting stuff."
Right, and girl, and you was at the meeting for what? And what did she say? Nothing. Was that because where did that incident happen with the lady that was mauled by the dog? Was that in her?
Oh yeah.
No, that was in I think it's Tyrone's ward. Yeah, like 145th and
Oh,
Station.
okay. It was
Yeah.
Alderman Rogers.
The one that lost half a foot.
Yeah. Yeah, her whole foot. She lost
Her whole
Whole
foot.
foot.
Shit.
So, yep. And I do still want
they
to go over
need
the
to
video.
call her mayor, because she's going to own Harvey. After that,
Yeah,
after
but
we have to pay her what she's going to sue for, she's going to own Harvey, couldn't buy Harvey.
And then
right.
that's the thing too. It's basically another reason, another a financial assumption I'm making. The reason why he doesn't want to reveal the books because you're trying to make payroll and negotiate all these lawsuits.
Mm-hmm.
You got a lot of payouts. So you
Yep.
trying to you trying to balance the two. And the most important things is making sure people get their check every 2 weeks and negotiating with people about these lawsuits.
Mm. But where I agree with Minion, and I try to do this, and I know it drives Chris crazy, which is good. Hey, Choose. Hey, Choose. I'm so glad you could join us. But
Hey.
when I go up there for the public comments, and I'll say like, "Well, we don't know." I'm not saying anything defamatory or wrong, but I said, "Well, we don't know. Since you don't show us the books, you could be taking our water bill money, for instance, and you could be going on multiple trips to Vegas, not just that one last year. Who knows? You could be buying homes in Florida for yourself. You could be buying luxury cars or steak dinners every night, but we don't know."
Right.
So it doesn't
What you doing with the
shouldn't we
money?
be
Show
wondering?
us.
Yeah,
Right.
shouldn't we be asking the questions? Like, because then he goes, "Oh, well, I just wanted to tell Ryan this because allegations, or should we say accusations, because because you know what I said, you know, I just wanted to let him know the effect of the allegations, you know, because you
I
know
would.
that's how he talks to me, and he comes and brings, and I'm like, I'm not coming to bring like that's not the same thing as calling someone a pedophile. It's different, Clark. Like I'm coming with facts saying like you're hiding the truth. And then, you know, but what does the narcissist do? You know, anything but take responsibility and face the truth. Deflect, distract, lie, attack, poke here, you know. And that's
See,
what he
my
does.
thing is, I would have said, "Fuck allegations. It's not no allegations. It's the truth." And until
Yes.
you can prove it otherwise, you prove that it's not true. What I'm saying,
Thank you.
because at the end of the day, you ain't showing us where the money is. You could be spending money on trips. You could be out. You know what I'm saying? So as far as I'm
Right.
concerned, that's exactly what you're doing. Until you show me something different,
Mm-hmm.
and keep
No, you're right.
pressing.
And then you notice the comptroller never comes to meetings. He only came to the finance meeting,
I
and
was
is the
thinking
last
that
one I seen him
too,
at.
Amanda, that he
He,
hasn't been there in a while. Yeah, I was thinking that
yeah,
too.
he
Hmm.
never comes to the city council meeting. He only came to the finance meeting. He zipped his happy butt up out of there before I can get to him.
He like the Robert Hunt of Harvey.
Hmm.
I guess so, right? Yeah, because
Not too much on Robert.
Look,
Not too much. Not too much on
you
Robert.
know Robert ain't shit. You know that man don't deserve that damn check.
I'm
uh,
just looking at his report.
no,
This is
but you
interesting.
know, I know Robert had a job to do. He's trying to get his check. I feel, you know, Robert said, "Look, I just got to do what I'm told."
Right. Well,
He
you
just
know, a
better
lot of
hope
times,
the feds don't come out after that ass.
right? A lot of times that is what it comes down to. You know, people just want the money. To a certain extent, I can't blame people, but at some point, it's like, you know, you can't.
I
You
don't blame him if there's not a spotlight on you, but when the spotlight starts to get shined on you, it's like, you know what? I'm not gonna keep doing this. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to fix. I'm gonna have to change my ways.
right, right. And it reminds me of like the Nuremberg trials for the Nazis, and I forget what someone shared on Facebook, but it was like basically they said no, it's not. That's not a defense. It's not a legal defense. You can't say, "Oh, I was just following orders."
Yeah,
Mm.
right, right. Especially when you swore oath to the Constitution to
And what
uphold the
we
Constitution.
see that on the federal, state, local, we see it everywhere.
Right.
Who, Ryan? I'm
Every,
sorry, we're Burgundy Blue. You graduated from Ivy League?
and works for Frank. Ooh. And
Wait,
Ryan,
I
you
choose.
she
I
graduated.
said you did?
I no, no, but I wanted to say choose. I agree with your comment. The crazy part is these elected officials work for you. His attitude is terrible. No comptroller now. Kind of right, exactly. Wyoming
Hell
says
yeah,
hello.
I agree with that.
Ryan graduated. No, I didn't. I mean, it was a good school, but it wasn't Ivy League.
Maybe
Works
she
Just
for
say you
meant
Frank.
did. I mean, hey, look.
maybe she meant
Oh,
Robert,
oh,
but
wait.
Robert didn't graduate from an Ivy League. I mean, he graduated from a prestigious university in the Midwest. I will say that, but it's not Ivy League. It's a really good college. I don't want to say the name, but it's a good college.
God,
But it's not Ivy League though. But it's a good college though.
I graduated top of my class at Harvard.
did you go to Harvard, Minion?
Sure.
Don't you did?
Are you sure? You have
What?
to tell us. You just like you're making up the
That's how
story.
easy it is to just spin the story, you know.
Right.
Right.
I was gonna say. Okay, Chris Clark. Oh, good night, Wyoming. I'm surprised. I was gonna say yeah, because it's not that late by you. You're on the West Coast. Need to get
I'm
Oh,
some
about
it's
to go
sleep.
10.
too,
So,
because
oh,
Oh
you're
yes,
leaving.
because we burning the midnight oil now.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go. I have to work in the morning, so I
it
am
was
going to
good.
say good night to all, and
Oh,
let's keep
thank you
the
so much,
fight.
Glenn.
Let's keep the faith and keep the fight up. And I pray that we'll be victorious in 2027 and have a whole new regime at the helm of Harvey.
Yes,
Yes.
and yes, we can do
And we're
this.
gonna recruit some more people to run for 2027. If anybody's watching this, please, please, please come out. We will educate people. We'll get you anything you need. But we have so many positions. We have city, parks, libraries, schools, I'm probably forgetting something. We have everything open for 2027, and these people have got to go. We need new people running.
But we got to do it now because time is of the essence. So
Yeah.
Right, I agree.
get the ball moving.
So if you are interested, make sure you guys check out Illinois State Board of Elections, their website, their Facebook, their Instagram. They've put like mostly what do you do when you want to run for a position in Illinois? And so they've made like a really cool infographic on their Instagram and Facebook. I believe it's been shared, or I think I shared it in some of the pages.
Mm.
And just, read
And you're
over
not
it.
alone. You're not alone. I'm gonna run. Amanda will run for something. Glennis will run.
Mandy,
Who
Like
what
said
you
I
running
was running
for?
for something?
Oh, that's your real name, Amanda. Okay.
we're locking you in now, Amanda.
Yep.
It's public,
It's
so
locked in now.
you can't get out
Oh,
of
and I
it.
think Burgundy. Was she? Is she referring to what I said when
Oh,
I
it
talked
is
about
not
I'm not
spending
spending
anything.
anything?
If he worked for Frank and was trusted, why not now? Oh
That
yeah,
was just a general comment I made. It wasn't regarding Robert. It was just like actually I was thinking more about Trump when I said just saying whatever. But
oh,
yeah, but Robert
then-
he good as long
But
as
you said people, I think Chu Cho said people don't usually complain until it fits their agenda.
yeah, I
I
could see
mean
until they have
I don't.
some problem with it.
no. I don't agree with that because just like how y'all thought that the man was in there for good reason, if he wasn't showing y'all that, then you have reason to complain. That's not if he not living up to his promises, then you have reason to complain.
And when he was, I'm not saying that Frank, God rest his soul, was a perfect man by anything, but the level of shenanigans and corruption that happened during the Henry administration cannot just be overlooked or ignored. And I understand that Robert worked under Frank for the most well, as long as he was there, financial reporting was on time and it was accurate. Um,
See,
and
he know how to
it's
do his job,
he
maybe.
know how to do his job, but if
Yeah,
the person over you is telling you to switch this, change this, give all these employees credit cards, even if they're not department heads, it's a little
right.
strange.
That's where people have to have morals and values and speak up.
Right, because like you
Um,
said, it's not a legal defense for you to
right.
just say, they told me to
Like
do that.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And good night. Thank you, Cheryl, for joining us. And I'm going to reschedule to talk more about what happened to your sister because this just all blindsided us tonight. But I want to give that the proper time, it deserves. And then hopefully, Cheryl, if you can come back on, you can, I'd love to have you too. So thanks for joining us, Cheryl. And then Got It Choose. Remember, Tiff bought
So
me a house. Covering that tomorrow. I heard Tiffany bought you a house. That is why we need
They
the
so
audit.
stupid.
They're
What
giving
kind
you a
of
hard
house did you
time.
get, Burgundy?
They're getting on you, man.
not just about her house.
Okay.
Speaking of,
But
let's
no.
him, Chris. If things are working for them, they won't complain until Clark does something that doesn't fit their agendas.
Oh, I see what
Oh,
you're saying. Yeah.
yeah, or like until they're very
Oh, okay.
uncomfortable or something, right?
I got you.
And
I
let's
agree with
not
that.
forget. Oops, sorry. What did? Let's
Inglewood.
not forget about the
Eaglewood.
Eaglewood resort trip that cost payers.
She said, I
What
said
was
it.
that? What was that?
Sweetheart, I don't know nothing about what's
What was the
going on
Eaglewood resort trip?
Who took that trip?
I don't know. Was that a Dalton thing? I don't. That probably was a Dalton thing. I'm guessing.
Yeah. Or Thornton Township
Is
thing.
my best guess.
She
But
said,
yeah,
I said
I
it.
don't remember.
I said it. Well, I said a
Well,
lot of shit.
we wouldn't
So
know about no Eagle Resort trip in Harvey because we can't even see the bank statements. So
Right. Although we do know they went to Las Vegas last year and had a good time. They still to this day
I may
they've
have
never.
repeated something somebody told me.
Oh
well,
yeah.
see that whole economic development trip they hold that conference every year in Vegas. Kellogg went, they went. I just need them to come back with some businesses. Come back with talking to somebody. Did you talk to Whole Foods, Jack in the Box, Raising Cane's, Kroger? Did anybody like? You could go to these trips all day long, but who did you talk to, and what are you bringing back?
Well, I was
But I
gonna say,
mean, but that
I also
that would
want to
mean you
see
were
their
doing your
receipts,
job.
though.
So
I don't trust them. They probably, they get like luxurious hotels and fancy
Yeah,
meals.
fuck this shit.
It
Y'all don't
was
need to go
November
nowhere.
in Thornton before Tiffany took over.
before Tiffany took over. Okay.
And Clark should just answer the questions and yes, amen to that. Choose. I mean, really,
There
all
you
of them
go.
should do that.
Period.
Like, we shouldn't have to fight. Why are we fighting? Why are you going on Jedediah's show? Why can't you just talk to the public in public? That's what we have meetings for. But you notice
Two of them.
he doesn't. He'll fight you. He'll arrest you, ticket you. He'll do everything. But then if he feels like he can get a forum or something he can control, then, like you said, Mandy, now he's trying to rehabilitate his image.
He's gearing up for
For the election.
2027, and I feel like he feels it. I think this whole the debacle with the Thornton Township supervisor election, I think kind of showed him like, oh, y'all don't really rock with me like that. No. Mm-mm. There's 17 towns in Thornton Township.
Right, and that's why I want to keep spreading his shame and call. I
Like,
I I call for him to resign. I'm just like, I've been doing that lately because he doesn't even deserve. Like, why should you even finish out the rest of your term? It's so stupid. These people don't have any rights to do this stuff. Um, I was gonna ask you guys something too, and I forgot. And I don't want to keep you up too late. But this is good. This is very good. Oh, I wanted to pull up just for comparison's sake. Okay, so you know how we looked at to go back to Clark's. Wait, do I still have it on the screen? Okay, yeah. So his campaign contributions. I wanted to know. Yeah, this is the clerk. You can see Arambula. She gave 5,300. This is how I believe Shirley gets around disclosing her donations because Pekarsky is a relative of hers. So our so it's in the name of the company. But I wanted to compare. Okay, so we kind of saw some of the big donors for Chris, right? Now what I want to do is to compare. Let's look at Napoleon's big donors. I'm just curious to see.
wait, go back. Oh, this must be old or something because they had somebody else's name on it.
What? What did I?
Nothing. Never mind.
Yeah, this is a great site, by the way, too. Check it out anytime.
What is it?
Let's see who his top donors are. So this is Napoleon Harris, who is state senator and oh God, I forgot, and now Thornton Township supervisor and Thornton Township committeeman. Oh Lord Jesus, help us.
This is what he
He's got some
donated.
big money.
These are
these are his top donors. So himself, those are both from 2018, but himself, his committee, 2023, Chicago Land Operators Joint Labor Management PAC.
Amarin is a utility company in downstate Illinois. That's interesting.
Right, and remember how he look at this. I think this is big trouble for him. This was just last summer. Illinois Insurance PAC. Remember he was on that committee to regulate insurance in Illinois. Healthcare Services Corporation Employees PAC that deals with insurance.
But you see how his his biggest donors was himself, so I guess never mind.
Right. Yeah, but this is still big money. Like he and then the newspapers did cover that, how he was
Allstate, okay.
Yeah, he was regulating insurance, but he also made money off of insurance deals.
And then they ended up donating to him. This is 24, 23.
Well, what do you notice? Right. And these are just last year. Look, State Farm, that was just in November, all state. So this is the stuff that I don't like. And people are like, well, why didn't you support Napoleon? At least he's better than some people. I'm like, yeah, but look, he's not, he's really doing shady stuff too.
Yeah,
these are lawyers.
Can you scroll down the list?
Let's see. Labor.
Cigna.
Oh yeah, there's another insurance, right? Illinois Hospital Association. Again, that has to do with insurance stuff. Citizens for Jacqueline Collins. I don't know what that is. Marquee Energy is
Jacqueline Collins. She was an elected official. I just can't remember where.
Comcast. Okay.
Pharma something.
But he is a former NFL player. Do you think that has anything to do with some of the people who his connections?
Possibly, but look at this is so telling. United Health Group. That's a big insurer. I don't know what that is. Illinois State Medical Society. Amazon. Why was Amazon donating?
Well, Amazon's in Markham, and well, no, I'm sorry, Amazon's in Markham,
Yeah,
Matson.
in a few places in his
Well, I guess if you're having conversations with them about bringing business in, he can
Yeah,
also tell them, "Hey, I'm also running, so if you can support me."
right. But I was just wondering if there was any overlap. I guess not really. Not that we can see, but who
yeah, like you
knows?
said, it
Oh
was
wait,
mostly himself. He mostly gave
right. And I'm sorry,
himself.
choose. What did you say? I missed your. I think it hits because this was the same thing that started in Dalton. Elected officials talking any other than their constituents is shameful. Right, right. When they're like, let's do shows, let's do this, let's do that. But then in a public meeting, you don't want to just speak plainly and answer
Right.
questions publicly to the public. Yeah.
Right, because Tiffany did the same thing, went on a media tour on Roland Martin and Angela Yee. I mean,
Right.
obviously he not doing it to that level, but
Right.
Yet, yet.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then choose. I don't understand choose's question. 327,000 for Napoleon. Why didn't he
Why
help?
didn't he help the township? The township
Well,
wasn't in
this
trouble financially. They
and
didn't have the financial issues.
that's for the campaign. I don't. I'm not. I'm sure there's some legalese around monies donated to a campaign can't be like you can't transfer that
I
to like
really
the
don't think that the
township or
mayor should be able to give his own city a damn loan.
Thank you. I'm
That's
glad you mentioned that. That's something that no one. I don't think anyone brought that up tonight. That
he
is
talking about he
very
gave them
unconventional.
25,000. Y'all need to hold him to that. If he said he gave it to y'all, then y'all don't need to pay him back.
and the same shenanigans that the comptroller does. Because if you look at the itemized bill list, the comptroller pays something and then the city reimburse them. Shenanigans because they ain't got no money.
Mm-hmm.
And now that $25,000 thing, that was another performative check
Right.
writing, a feel
Talk
good story. Hopefully NBC runs it because I'm gearing
right.
up for reelection.
Right. But see, the thing is where he fucked up at is because you can't just be he put God in it, and then he said, so he gonna do a no interest loan. If this is God, you should be donating this. This should be a gift.
It's such a good deal,
When did
minion. What do
Black
you
when did
mean you don't want to
Jesus
go
give
for
out
that? He's like
loans?
he.
They
What-
all when they doing devilish things, they
Yeah,
always want to throw God in it every time.
yeah,
Every time.
exactly.
They never read the Bible to do right things. They only read it to justify their
To
wrongdoing,
manipulate.
to manipulate people. And they know that, we pray in the meeting. That shows compassion. That shows humanity. You're still a nasty human being. I don't care if you pray to God, Buddha, Allah, it doesn't matter. You're still a nasty human being who is a terrible politician who should not be sitting in that seat any longer.
Definitely,
Right,
I
right.
agree.
No,
They all
absolutely.
they all do it. Everybody, it's the same thing. It's the same play we saw in Dalton and Thornton Township during the Henyard administration. People praying in meetings,
Right.
and you just as divisive and just as deplorable as the next person.
Exactly.
He wasn't to
Exactly.
ask, what church do y'all go to? So I know never to go there.
Okay.
What church
Right,
I go to?
right.
And take that outside before y'all for something happening here. I'm
But it get a little hot in here. Go over
okay
there.
with all that blasphemy.
Okay, that when the
Right,
lightning
right.
strike, you stand in that corner so it don't hit me, please.
And choose.
Right.
We should clarify for choose. You had said you were talking. I'm talking about Napoleon. If he has that kind of. No, that what we pulled up that was donations to Napoleon's campaign. I don't think. Yeah, did Napoleon
But I don't think
donate
there
to?
was any issues in Thornton Township that required anybody to donate any money. Now Dalton had all the financial issues and was already, in the hole. I don't think it was Thornton Township.
Well, once she spent all of Dalton's money, then that's when she started
Right.
rummaging
Tampa.
Thornton Township
Uh-huh.
accounts.
Uh-huh. But
Because
they put a nip in that. I mean,
yeah,
it was late though, but they eventually.
Because essentially, like Thornton Township is basically, for the most part, most of the townships in Illinois are like regional aid offices.
Right.
It's youth services, youth services, senior services. If you need help burying a loved one, like stuff that
Temporary. Right.
CETA, Catholic Charities, all
Right.
these other big organizations are already doing. It's just that you're doing it at a governmental level.
Right.
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 And I just shared the if anybody has any
Let
leads or
me
complaints or
copy that
anything.
email real quick.
Yeah, that is the email address for the local FBI office that they told me to use. So feel free to send them some stuff. I just don't want to wait on them because they seem to take forever for everything. That's why I'm like, come on, guys, we got to get the YouTubers out. We got to get everybody and their brother and their grandmother and their whoever wants to come out.
Right.
I don't care where you live. This is Napoleon donating to himself. Yes, exactly. That's what it was. Choose. Yep. So I guess that
And
was his
then
own.
no, I think Mayor Clark did it too.
Donated to himself.
Yeah, and maybe that's what money people gave them directly. So maybe just easiest way is to just click
Like
and push
cash
on that.
donations.
Yeah, because I'm not
Mm-hmm.
sure how. I know a lot of the Democratic Party uses Act Blue as far as
Mm-hmm.
like donating to their campaign and stuff like that. I don't know how it works when you receive cash donations and stuff.
Was Trump able to shut that website down? Because I know they said that.
Oh,
Mm-mm. People are having there's some politicians in the Southland that have some upcoming fundraisers that they're still using the website.
Okay.
How you
I
know?
know. I know the Democrats would stand up for that. They may not be aggressive to fight for our other rights, but
But they're
if
gonna fight for
someone
their
comes
money.
after their donations, oh boy, watch
Okay,
out.
it's a war.
Yeah, they'll be like, "No
Yeah.
way, Trump, over my dead body. Don't you take my money." But
Oh
you
my
can take
god.
Medicaid. That's all right. We'll just be very performative. We'll be like, "Oh, you shouldn't do that." Tisk,
You don't
tisk.
think they're gonna fight the Medicaid cuts?
They don't fight strongly. The Democrats, the key is, and I told Manny this before, they the rich control both parties. They
Well,
pull
yeah,
strings in both
it's
parties.
really like one party, but at the same time, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the Democrats is coming for that ass on the Republicans.
I, I I I would have to agree with you, Minion. I think now they like see the strategy that y'all been using for years. Clearly, you see it's not working. So now it's like, oh, we got to fight fire with fire. We got to platform
Basically.
a Jasmine Crockett and Elizabeth Warren, who should have already been platformed, but that's another conversation for another day. But
Yeah, I want to
now
see
they
more
like,
aggressive.
yeah, it's
But
it's
yeah,
it's time.
He
because
picked the
otherwise,
right ones. It's the right season. It's the
Yeah.
season for the Democrats, and he helping the damn situation. Because really, to tell you the truth, by the time he's finished, Democrats really ain't gonna even have to campaign to get their seats. He's gonna be the campaign for him. So
Like we ain't gotta do too much, and also because it's just like you just him and his first lady Elon Musk, they didn't broke up, and it's just
okay.
right,
Yes, come on,
right.
first lady. That's the real first lady.
that's the real first lady because we ain't
You
seen
know he got a
Melania.
new city out here in Texas
He has a
called
what?
Starbase, a new city,
That's scary though.
a
To me, I
full
I call that the
city,
slave city. Yeah.
He has
Weren't
a
you guys
city.
talking about that in your show,
a
Minion?
city. Yes,
I
yep.
remember you guys were talking about that, or I thought that was your show because I
It
said, "Oh my
was because
god,
I was
it's gonna
talking. I
be
mean, I
all
haven't seen the.
slaves. They're gonna be like, you
Yeah,
can
we
never
were. Yeah,
leave.
we were. Yep, that was it. We were
You can
talking
never leave. Once you come, you can never escape
because we
because
was talking
they're
about.
gonna they're gonna build everything for you. You're gonna have all your shopping and your stores and everything. You'll never have to leave. AKA, they're gonna fence these poor people in or something. I'm
Oh
like,
my
oh
gosh.
no. That is not what I would want. I'm like, no, I want to be able to go freely and like,
I do not want to work in a town that was built off of the business that I work for.
right, because they control
That's the
everything.
scary.
They
Right,
control
exactly.
and they want
Like
to
if you
control.
go to the store, it's like you just feel like somebody's constantly watching you.
Yeah.
You-
It,
Your
rem-
whole
it reminds
city is
me of
your
like those.
job.
Yeah, it's like those sci-fi dystopian, you know,
Right.
Yes, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, it's like really, yeah, it's weird.
where it's like they're watching every move. Now, what did choose? You have to tell us what is going on. What happened? FBI, you say? Well, Jed got really mad at me at one of his lives. Hit me up. What? Or do you not want to share it publicly? You don't have to share it publicly. But I didn't understand that comment.
Well,
I
Jed
didn't.
is an emotional person, and I feel like he just shoots off at the mouth first, and then he retracts and backpedals later.
Mm.
So I I don't take what he says really with
Well, that's why I was, that would make sense because like I said, I was taken aback tonight by, like, instead of like, oh, hey, Ryan, how are you? Or hi, Jed, it's like, I guess he was angry because I talked about Harvey on Conscious's show, and like, I have no idea if they have stuff between that, like,
No,
I'm
he
not,
said you with Burgundy Blue. He said
oh,
you in
no,
cahoots with Burgundy Blue.
oh, I thought he was complaining because I talked to Conscious, um,
Oh,
but
maybe it
anyway,
was Conscious, but I thought I heard him say Burgundy Blue.
yeah, I thought it was but but
No,
I was like,
it was conscious. Well,
Oh,
the initial maybe before, well, he said something this episode, and then
yeah.
the episode before where he mentioned about doing the interview with Conscious and how he was offended.
Right. And I just didn't oh, and Choose agrees about, yeah, he doesn't like anyone that associates with Burgundy. And apparently now Conscious, but my thing is that's fine. Everybody has opinions too. Even if you were really pissed, just pick up the phone. Jed, you got my number. You have he always brags. He has all these investigators. He says we can find out, we know everything everywhere at all times. We can find out anything. I mean, but you don't even have to. You already have my number. If you don't like something, just call me. But I can't be expected to keep up with everyone's YouTube videos and then say, "Oh, Jed got upset about something and it's in his live, so now I have to call him." And it's like I don't I have to work and then I do all this, volunteer stuff for Harvey and it's like there's life. I don't have time to keep up with everybody's
Yeah.
stuff. If you have an issue, you need to be mature and you have to speak to someone.
right.
I guess for me it was like you said, you brought it to social media, but that should have been a phone call.
Right. Oh,
Hmm.
I was gonna say, now wait a minute, Amanda. We don't have to tell you. We don't have to remind you
You
about
ain't gotta tell me, okay? I know
well,
firsthand.
because
But
didn't
it just
you
I
feel
feel like that could have been
blindsided
a
too?
phone call. I'm sorry,
But
say it
it's
again.
more entertainment. It's more entertaining online though. So that's how I look at it.
But
That's why I
people's
wouldn't.
lives are not entertainment. I mean,
Yeah, I feel
this is
you.
not
I feel you, but that's only in your perspective. So if he don't care, if he's looking for ratings, anybody's, everybody
Right.
is fair game.
I know, and it's sad because I really would hope not, and I never wish harm upon anyone. Like if Jed really wants to help in Harvey, I'm like, more power to you. I'm not gonna try to gatekeep. Whoever wants to help can help. But I'm sure Amanda, you can identify with this. But I just felt very blindsided because I'm coming on a show. Like I
It
said, you
is.
expect to just say, "Hey, how are you?" But instead, it's like, "Oh, hey, Ryan.
Yeah, it was
Oh, it's
very.
you again." I'm like,
I was like,
"What did
what?
I
What is
do?"
going on? Because
Yes,
it
I
was
think
you.
that the way he mentioned that he wanted to facilitate a conversation between you and Clark, maybe there can be a conversation facilitated between him and Conscious to get to the root of whatever this is.
yeah,
Oh, he don't like conscious. What happened with conscious?
no.
She helped
I
Burgundy.
I don't know, but and choose. I see what you said. Conscious tried to help her, but the what's crazy though is, like I said, I don't want to get involved in the drama, and then I have people telling me about all these other YouTubers that Jed doesn't get along with, and I just don't.
Well,
Again,
I've
it's like
just the
I don't have
thing.
time for that.
The crazy thing is me either. Like I really don't care about none of the drama. I came in there to see Christopher Clark and hear what the hell he had to say. So I was kind of
Mm.
disappointed in the fact that now I have to figure out what the hell he's ranting off about when that's not why I'm here. But
Mm-hmm.
um
I love what you said the other night when you did, or when I think that was the first show of yours that I watched. When you covered, was it when Colby was arrested? Maybe, but And I couldn't stop laughing because you were like, "Oh, he really likes to have that microphone, up real close."
Right.
And I was like, I said, I told him he should not.
He
Some
love that microphone. He be
those who live in glass houses should not throw stones, as they say. That's the expression for a reason, right?
Wait, are you talking about Clark with that microphone when he doing?
yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
Now,
yeah.
Ryan, I screamed when you was like, what did you say to Clark during the live? You said, "Oh, you of all people should not
Yeah.
talk about people who live in the closet or something about gay people." And I don't think nobody caught it, but
Oh,
I caught it.
really? Thank you, because I thought I was trying to not be rude, but I was just trying to say, like, excuse me, if you think you're gonna get away with calling me a pedophile and I'm not gonna fight back, and that it is a moral equivalent to being mad at me because I'm speaking facts that you don't like, sorry, buddy, but those aren't moral equivalents, you know.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
and then he
that's like
tried to, of course, spin it and say, "Well, I'm not homophobic." You know exactly what he meant when he said that, and he wasn't talking about you being homophobic, sir.
right, and you don't. He's like, oh, well, I need to teach you, or I need to show you about allegations and how the harm they got.
Nobody
But
saying you're homophobic. In fact, you can take the phobic part off because that's the way you come off as.
and I never asked him to teach me anything.
No, I'm
Why would you?
joking,
Why do you
y'all.
have
I'm
to
joking. I'm
teach me
just
a
talking
lesson?
shit.
What'd you say, Minion?
I
Wait,
said I'm
maybe
just joking. I was just talking shit.
no, but that's why I told him. I'm like, don't be. Those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. Don't be so quick to throw out these things to judge other people because
You never know what might come out.
right. Chu
You got
says
some
he.
tea?
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. What'd you say, Minion?
I said you got some tea.
Oh, for me. Well, let's just say we need to do a show on closeted politicians in the Southland. How about that?
How about this? It's so crazy that you said that. I just saw a video and saved it on Republicans, undercover Republicans, because you know how every time they have the
Oh,
RNC,
Oh, and they're
wherever
on
they have
Grinder.
it, grinder, yes. But I have that video, but I also saw another video where a lot of these Republicans are getting caught up with like little kids or I mean underage situations, paying for sex workers and stuff like that. So
and it's really sad because these are the same folks that are
they
trying
nailed.
to rile up people to get votes with a conservative base, saying like trans people are horrible and
Right.
like let's outlaw drag queens and drag queens are gonna come molest your child. No, sir. That was
While
weird,
the
coming
vice
off or something.
president is
But
caught
no,
in
sir. Yeah. No, no. Go ahead.
no, I was
What were you
just
saying?
saying why the vice president's caught in drag himself. You
Oh,
saw those pictures, right?
right, right, exactly. And it's like, oh wait, no, were you thinking of the 65-year-old, white Republican senator from like Wyoming or something that was like, caught soliciting sex under the bathroom stall to like, some young man. I'm like, I don't think you mean the drag queens. I think that's what you meant, right? Because they're the ones that are actually getting convicted of real pedophile crimes. It's like, but they won't tell you that. They're like, you should be scared of drag queens and gay men. Like, no, we should be scared of the old white men that are, like you.
Or the guy who I forgot his names. I think it's something Ike or something. Uh, who was trying to pass the bill to make Trump derangement syndrome an actual medical condition,
Mhm.
and then he got found to have tried to pick up a underage
Mhm.
girl for us.
Really? No, I
Trump.
I don't doubt it. I don't. It's crazy. Now, Chu said he came against me, but I caught him directly on Martin G. Johnson's show and spoke to him compassionately, wished him well. There should be no drama or distraction. Oh, were you saying Jed Chu's? That's good.
She chose compassion, and I love it.
Oh, nice minion. That's good. I like
I like what you did there.
she was true to her name. Bravo,
Okay.
Chu. No, good for you. I agree with that. That's why I said I don't want to. I also don't want Jed or anybody to mistake to be like, "Oh, you're just being negative on Jed." No, I wish no one ill will. Any infighting or this person against that person takes away from the issues. I agree. He just wanted to talk about anything but the receipts. Clark went
Right, choose. I just
always.
wanted Chris Clark. I just came there because I wanted the receipts, and they gave him a big pass.
He ain't had he. There are no receipts.
Yeah,
He can't show nothing. You can't show no financial reports. You can't show
Mm,
what you've done to help mitigate the issues with animals. You can't show why the water bill's messed up. You can't
right.
show nothing.
And this is where I want to give some constructive criticism to Jed or anybody who's trying to be a mediator. Again, not to be negative, but what I would say is if you truly want to be seen as an objective mediator who's trying to solve the problem, instead of asking the callers like you did to Paul and somebody else, are you satisfied with them with the answer the mayor gave you? Are you satisfied? Are you sad? Remember, it's nothing personal. We're talking about government, people doing their jobs. We're not talking about you could hate everybody or you could love everybody in Harvey government. That has nothing to do with it. What he should have said instead is, okay, Mayor Clark, well, I guess you gave your answer for that. So will you be posting that information publicly on the Harvey website tomorrow so we can all verify it? Just like I know Amanda has had some discussions with elective representatives, the same thing, where you notice they always want to try to turn it into something personal. Oh, Mandy,
Oh,
well,
I'll
you're just
send you the
so
file.
right, like, oh, you were just so upset. Well, did that answer your question? And like that's how Jeb was talking. It's like it has nothing to do with how the one person feels. It has to do with the fact that this information belongs to everybody. It should be public. So that if I were Jed, I'm just saying, or anybody, if you want to appear objective, like things like that would help because that way like we all want to know. Just like when Clark was like, "Do you want to volunteer to help?" Why? Like
but this is
how
what
hard
I
is it
would
just to
say.
upload stuff? Just upload it. Upload it.
I agree. Like, and I agree with the way that you responded. Like, if he was really trying to be a mediator, that's what he should. He should have pressed Christopher Clark because the reason why Christopher Clark is on his live is because the residents have issues with Christopher Clark. It's not because he's the best mayor in fucking Illinois. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? So stop treating him, coddling him.
Exactly. And to me, I find that it might look nice on the surface, but it's actually very patronizing to
And
choose
condescending.
agrees with you. It's very patronizing to say like, "Oh, minion, so yeah, do you feel, well, are you
Did
sure? Do
that
you
did
feel the
that
mayor really
give you the satisfaction that you were looking for?
Oh, yes,
You
yes.
know,
I
like
was it's almost like that survey or it's like, when you call a credit card company and they won't let you hang up, you're like, "Okay, cool, I got it, thanks." But like, "Well, wait, sir, did you need anything else today to make sure that your satisfaction was 100% guaranteed and you will get a short survey after this call?"
you didn't
And you're
do
like,
shit. You didn't answer. You didn't resolve my issue, ma'am.
Right.
right,
Well, is there
rude.
anything else that I can do to
Right,
make sure that
right.
I'm interested to see if there will be a part two.
Me
it's
too, me
it's probably
too.
going to be a tour. It's probably the new. They probably gonna have a weekly show now. No.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
I know Jedediah is going out there. That's what he said. He said he coming out there to Harvey, Ryan. So you better.
really?
I
Oh.
hope you've been practicing your boxing, your fighting, just in
Oh,
case.
no, he wouldn't do anything like, well, I shouldn't say, I was gonna say at least with me, but hey, some people did accuse him of starting some things in order to get money from lawsuits, but again, I can't speak to that because I
You
don't know
can't
the
confirm or
details.
deny,
Oh,
right?
we were there, Mandy. We were there, okay?
We were there.
I remember that. I remember that day. I was like, "What in the world?" I almost didn't come to cover that meeting because I remember I was tired. I'm like, "Oh, it was a long day." I'm like, "I'll cover it. It'll probably just be the usual."
And boy, oh boy,
It shoes were flying and TVs were breaking and it was the Tiffany's running one way, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
people was on the floor, on the
She jumped
ceiling.
in for her man, girl.
She flew in. I don't know. She teleported in.
I know.
She
Well,
got
that
from that desk to.
and the sad thing is though, I bet you we're gonna have to pay for it. That's what pisses me off. Is like when people do these antics, regardless of who started it or whether it was on purpose or whether Jed's trying to get money or Tiffany's trying to get money, we pay for that because when they sue, the taxpayers pick up the tab.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't. So in that respect, when some people say they're worried about Jed, that's what I hope. It's like, okay, Jed, now if you're gonna come to Harvey, if you're gonna start something, just please don't do it to or anybody, any activist. Like try not to start stuff just so you can sue, so that like we have another multi-million-dollar
Right.
settlement to pay out. Like let's try to do stuff that is really for the people. Because we already got enough. Because I'm suing the city. I'm not letting go of my lawsuit. I know Colby isn't. I know the businesses aren't.
Y'all better
Oh,
not.
so yeah. That's another thing we need to figure out is how many
I might need to
lawsuits are
come up
there.
there to one of them meetings so I can get my rights violated.
Oh my
Y'all
god.
gonna get $2 and a
Yeah.
bye. $2. Take your $2 and go.
Oh.
That would be funny.
$2.
Always.
Yes, I'm here because I need my rights violated so I can get a lawsuit.
You never know. He might oblige. It depends on how people are feeling that day. Where are you at? Wait, you're in Texas, Minion?
Yeah, I'm in Houston.
Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, it's so hot there right now. I bet you.
It's bipolar. It's
Yeah.
sometimes hot, at night it's cold. Well, not
Really?
cold, but windy.
In Houston, but I thought since it was humid that the air held its warmth more.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
That's what you thought. Oh, you didn't grow up there?
Yeah, I did. I'm just, I'm kind of surprised at the weather a little bit, but you know,
Yeah, because they always say like I know in the desert, for instance, the
it was hot earlier today though. I haven't been out there.
was it? Yeah. See,
Um,
I don't know if I could handle that. Well, I was briefly on and I listened to the Mac show this morning because
mhm.
one of the neighbors was like, "Oh, he's talking about Harvey," and then Colby did a good interview. And
Yeah.
then he has his ads. Apparently, he must be in like Mississippi or something. But one of the restaurants was making me hungry because it was like this really nice ad about like I don't know some kind of soul food or something. And I was like, "Ooh, somebody come bring me some like good Southern food. I want
Does
that."
Harvey have any southern like soul food places?
Oh, wait, don't we
No,
have?
no.
No, we had no. There's a lady that had her food truck that I covered at the thing last Saturday, but she said they only operate on the weekends and they
Oh.
cater and they operate on the weekends. Their food truck like Saturday and Sunday, but it's called Bless Your Mouth.
Okay, I never. Oh, that's my first time. But as far as like a brick and mortar, no.
Mm.
Mm-mm.
Right, yeah. The closest that well, no, we have in South Holland. There's Daisy's, which I still need to go to. Amanda,
But that's vegan. Not if you talking about
but it's
soul
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 food.
food,
food like
it would probably be
oxtails
like
and
in the
smothered.
city or there's one in Country Club Hills.
Ruby's. Now I've gotten
Oh
food
yeah,
for people at Ruby's in Riverdale, but I've never had their food myself. It looks good though. Looks very good.
yeah.
But I mean, I don't think you could compare to like real, like when the ads were playing, I was like, "Oh, this is legit." Like this one was for like a blues club and it sounded like the guy like wrote a little blues tune, for the ad. I was like, "Oh, this is really authentic, like small town
Oh,
Mississippi." I'm like,
yeah.
that would be fun to visit.
There's a lot of food places out here, so
Oh, I'm sure. And you're not far from I used to teach French, so I always wanted to go to Cajun country and see who's
oh
still
yeah.
speaking French out there. That's not too far from you, right? Like a few hours drive?
Yeah, just a few hours.
Yeah.
Like
All right.
4.
R.I.P. Turkey leg hut.
Ah, oh my
Uh,
God. Turkey leg hut
was a time.
disappointingly.
It was a time. Oh,
What
you
was
didn't like it?
No, I'm talking about the drama.
Oh,
I
the
can't
drama.
believe how
Yeah.
they went out.
was it a
So
chain that went under?
It wasn't a chain. It was like just one place that became really famous. So a lot of people used to come down here just for that place. But they had like stuff, turkey. They were specialized in turkey legs, so they had different types of turkey legs.
Oh.
It was expensive though, and then they come to find out that it wasn't actually turkey they had a case because they said it was actually pork that they were serving.
Nah, them was some real turkey legs. Now I know a turkey leg when I
They
eat
have
turkey leg.
a real life. I don't know. I didn't keep up with the case. I need to do some
It was
research to see.
it was a lot of drama between him and his wife separating, and then the mistreatment of the employees, and then the unpaid $1.3 million invoice from U.S. Foods.
Yeah,
Well,
they went down because of their financial
Yeah,
mismanagement.
yeah.
that's what we don't want to happen to Harvey. We're
It
already
is
in the hole.
happening. We just can't prove it's happening.
I know we're already home. And I have to say, because like I said, I used to be a Clark supporter, right? Like a lot of people in town, hoping that he would actually enact the reforms that he promised, which he has not. But literally from day one, he has said, like you said, Amanda, he has said, oh well, we were this much in debt from the Kellogg administration and blah 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 blah. Like literally, like the lines have
It's the
never.
same number. They all say the same. That's the same 164 million, 165 million. They all say that same number because that's the last number they remember when they were running. That's
Yeah,
it.
it never the story, and then it's just like, to me, what gets me about that, and he's not the only politician, right? Like a lot of politicians say stuff like that, but it's like, well, just again, if you're right about everything, Chris Clark, great, put all the receipts online, show us everything, and then we'll be good, right? But it's like you said, Minnie, or somebody, Choose said that, whatever. But it's like they'll literally do anything, everything, and anything, but show you where the money is, and that's why we know what we're doing is right. Because if he's going on YouTuber shows and calling me a pedophile and arresting me, arresting Colby, like doing all these things, why would you do that unless you have some
Instead
things
of just
really
put
big to hide?
right, it's and when you could just put the information, if there's nothing to hide, and you could just literally just put it up.
Right, and then it's done. Thank you, Choose. You agree with that?
No.
But I mean, it's so easy.
Hey.
It's not dramatic. It's so easy to solve. It's like it's just like me saying, like, Minion, you don't really have a red sports car, and
And
you're
I'll
like,
take a
yes, I
picture and
do.
just send it to you.
Right, or like, we keep arguing back and forth. It's like, just show that you have it, and it's like, it's done.
Right. No,
But
but I
he'll
know I
do
don't have it. I'll
everything
be like,
else
well, let
but
me see your car. You keep talking about my car. Where's your car?
right, exactly,
When the
yeah.
Yeah,
last time you got your oil changed?
he
How
not
much you paying
gonna
for your oil change?
he not gonna release some financials until he gets some huge grant funding coming in from the state or the Fed, and they can finesse the numbers and say, see, we operating in the black. We just got all this money from the Fed or from the state or from the county or whatever. That's yeah.
I would never trust him. I agree. Choose distraction,
It was
distraction.
very similar to how like Robert Hunt tried to play around with Thornton Township financials with that I can't remember, it was 500 million or something, or 500,000 they tried to record as income when it was
From
really
that
a
loan,
loan, and you reporting it as income when no, it should be under notes
a debt.
payable
Right.
because it's
That's
debt that
definitely
you
a
have to
debt.
pay back,
Yeah.
not
Mm-hmm.
money's just coming in. So that's all. He probably waiting on some money to come down the pipeline, and they'll use that to spin and finesse the numbers and say, "See, we in the black. See, we got
Have
all
they
this
gotten
money."
any have they gotten any notices from any, like, the state commissioner or whatever the case may be? I don't know who handles the finances
Oh, the
or the
comptroller?
reports, the comptroller.
So the way
Like,
the comptroller works is because they're in the city of Harvey is in the midst of a state sanctioned audit right now,
mhm.
but um yeah, but they're working with
Mhm.
the accounting firm who works with other municipalities who have questionable finances. And they're just now paying this audit firm to do an audit from 2022 in
Mm.
2025.
Right.
See what we're doing. And then also, and I mean, no shade, but I know how, like, the village of Dalton, because of the financials, the comptroller got on TV and said, we froze their funds because we can't have that. Dalton was not the only city, is not the only city in the state of Illinois that has been missing financials for more than 3 years.
You
In
think
my
we don't know
opinion,
that?
you should freeze. Well, we have, I think, how many towns are in the state of Illinois? 1,400 municipalities in the state of Illinois. And there's several towns in the state of Illinois that have not submitted financials for 3 years. In my humble opinion, if I was the comptroller, I would freeze everybody. But again, I felt like she rode that Tiffany Henry Dalton train and said, I am standing for financial transparency, so I'm freezing their funds. Well, girl, do it for Harvey too. Do it
No,
for
ma'am.
Mattoon, Illinois, whatever other Illinois town is 3 years behind. You should freeze everybody funds.
You're
But
right, but I think
again,
you're a little off, Mandy.
you say I'm a little off.
The reason why is because I feel like she wasn't doing it to be like transparent and be proactive. I feel like she already had a conversation and she didn't want her ass to be in part of any investigations. So I feel like she did that for show.
That's what I'm saying. She was riding the Dalton train because at that time Dalton was getting a lot of a lot of coverage,
But I don't
on
think she wanted the coverage. I think that she's just simply did it so that she could be out on record, just for the feds. Like, if anybody looking, I'm doing my job on this one.
That's smart. I mean, that's what I would do. But it's so funny.
You should do it for
But I don't think
every
she gave
town
it.
in Illinois.
I don't think she cared though. That's what I was about to say. I don't think she cared.
That.
She just didn't want to get caught. If there was no risk of her getting caught,
right,
she wouldn't open her mouth.
At least, even if these people seem to care, I noticed a lot of the authorities, they're more afraid of other people.
Yeah.
Or gearing up for re-election.
Yeah, and they're yeah, and whatever we have complained so far to authorities, they seem to be they seem to fear the establishment, the machine bosses, the machine democratic bosses, more so than they fear us. But I mean, I think that can change over time. We're just going to have to. It's going to have to be a movement. That it's regional. It's in the state. It's in the country. It's in the world. I mean, the fact of the matter is, usually, whenever you give humans power with no checks and balances, unfortunately, usually they will abuse it.
Right.
And it happens a lot in politics because of, unfortunately, not, and this doesn't apply to everybody, but a lot of times when people can't make it in certain spaces, or they can't finesse and finagle and steal money in the private sector, then they go to the public sector because it takes longer. Like with politics, most of the time, if somebody's doing corrupt or evil things, you literally got to wait 3 or 4 years to even get them out. Versus when you at company of any kind and you stealing money, they're gonna tap you on your desk and tell you, come with us, put these silver bracelets on, and they're gonna prosecute you immediately. So unfortunately, some people, not everybody, some people do have caught on to that, and it was like, oh, I can do this. Because who's managing who? Like, who's the oversight for mayors?
Especially in these local, nobody.
And I don't know if, and maybe a question or maybe research. Does other states have oversight for their mayors? So when
Hell no, because I know Houston always dealing with some type of corruption.
Oh, really? Even in Texas? Oh, okay. Now, I do know in Michigan, do you remember the state? It was controversial, but I think it was a Republican governor at the time. But with the whole thing with Kwame Kilpatrick, I think they installed, or the state oversaw Detroit government for a while. I don't think that necessarily is the worst thing. I don't know if that's ideal, but I know a few people have suggested that that's what should be done with a lot of these boards in the Southland. They're like, the state just needs to come and get rid of everybody, and just take do audits and make sure all the school boards and parks and make sure that at least they're in good shape, and then start over. I don't know.
I know there were some politicians that had introduced a bill. Or was that for? I think it was
the recall bill.
Yeah,
I like that. I was going to ask Minion what you thought about that, or was it you choose? Somebody was posting earlier saying we needed term limits. More so than term limits, I'm a huge fan of recalls. I contacted, even though yes, I'm a registered Democrat, even though I don't like most of the party leaders, at least especially in Cook County. But I contacted 2 Republican state lawmakers, and a few months ago they introduced a recall bill in Illinois that, to my understanding, would allow you to recall any state or local official. And I was
Oh
like,
yeah, I think I do
this is
remember hearing
amazing.
that.
Yeah, I'm like, this is awesome. Like, this is what we need. Let's do it. Let's do it. It doesn't mean it's automatic, but it, like
Right.
California, for instance, has that. They recalled Governor Gray Davis like in, I forget, 2000 something,
They need
2003.
to recall Ted Cruz or Professor Hot Wheels is which color like to call him.
Oh. Oh, you know who I like in Texas, Minion? And I don't know if you've heard him, but
Jasmine Crockett. Oh.
oh yes, no, she's great. She cracks me up. But no, there's this white guy. I'm blanking on his name, but I follow him on Instagram now,
Beto?
and
Oh no, he not white.
it's like, is it James or something? But he's great. Like he defends the public. He defends the public schools against this. Apparently, you guys just vote. Is it a state law now? Like this horrible voucher bill.
Oh yes, they
Oh, I know
passed the
someone.
voucher.
Yeah, and
Oh, the voucher for the schools.
Schools,
yeah,
yes.
and
Yeah.
he's great. I mean, he's good with a lot of stuff. Like he'll defend the gays, he'll defend public schools, and you just kind of don't expect it because he looks like he could be like a Southern Baptist preacher, just very conservative look and everything. But he does a really, really good job. He's very respectful.
Get his name so I can know.
Yeah, I have to
Is
look
this
because
was
he
he
is
the
a
same
star.
lawmaker that was trying to understand the reasoning behind putting the Ten Commandments? Was he the same? Is he the same
Yes,
lawmaker?
that was within
Yeah.
the last 2 days. I shared it. Yep, too. And
Yes.
he and then
Okay, I
and
didn't see
so
that.
you didn't see that, Minion? Because that
Mm-mm.
made like national news. So one of your lawmakers in Texas, it was a lady, and he was like, "Okay, so you guys want to do?" And he said, "Well, what's the fourth commandment?" And she was like, uh."
But you want to put them in schools, but you don't even know
He did a good job, and he was not rude at all.
I love that. I
He was
love
very
that.
respectful. He was so respectful,
And
which
you
is what
can't
I
answer
love.
these questions because that's what they started doing to Christy Nome. They was like, "Do you know what habeas corpus is?" She was
Mm-mm.
like, "Y'all saw that? Did y'all see that interview?"
I think so. Yeah, it
Where
was
she
so
was like,
awesome.
"It's the unrestricted power of the president to be able to deport anyone that he wants." They're like, "Girl, shut! What the hell are you talking about? Just stop!"
You're just saying stuff.
Like
It's like, okay, you're showing your true colors,
your
like
incompetence.
right.
Because at the end of the day, y'all talking about y'all want to hire people based off of meritocracy, and no, they're not even competent.
But yeah, no,
Um,
I'm gonna find the post right now because it was hilarious. Maybe we can even watch it together. But I was cracking up. But I love him because
what
he
is the fourth? What is the fourth commandment? Something as simple as that.
mm-hmm.
But you want them posted in all the schools.
And you don't even know them your damn self. Maybe that's
Also,
why you want them posted because you can't remember what. But that's
Because
not
you
our
can remember
problem.
your
But that's not our
yeah.
problem. But that's funny.
Well, and one of these times, if you guys want to go over other videos too, that would be great. I have tons and tons just in my own archive, but like for instance, last week, all the hundreds of people that showed up for traffic court. I mean, that's crazy. I've never seen that in any town or any municipal ever. I've never
At
seen.
Harvey.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a line wrap. I was actually had went up to City Hall for something else that morning, and the line was wrapped.
Oh my God, that's
It feels
crazy.
like a money grab. Like it.
It is. That's exactly. There should never be a line out to get for
You might as well just put up a red light camera.
especially when they the ones that set the damn the court dates.
Right. You might as well just put up a few red light cameras and let people pay online. That was ridiculous. But again, this goes back to a money grab. And probably
Don't let them put up any red light cameras because that is the biggest money grab. That's really
Oh, do
yeah.
you have them in
we broke.
Texas too?
Oh, they tried that a long time ago, but that didn't fly. I mean, the camera's still up there, but you ain't gonna get no ticket.
Oh yeah,
Good, because I hate them.
But they
but
tried
we
it.
broke.
They're pure. Yeah, it's
We
just for cash.
Yeah, it's just a money grab. It's just a money grab.
Well,
What
remember
y'all
though,
think?
and we. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Minion.
No, I was just gonna ask a question about Trump real quick. So, do y'all think that they are using Trump because at the end of the day, the way that they be praising him is kind of like y'all can't be serious as grown people. You know, you're the
Mm-hmm.
best Trump. You're the, you know what I'm saying? So, do y'all think that they just buttering him up so that he does exactly what the agenda that they trying to push, and then they can just
Yeah.
he could be the scapegoat because they got he got presidential immunity.
Absolutely. No, yeah, I think so. They're definitely using him. They're smart.
He
Yeah,
represents he represents a Democrat, not Democrat. He represents a demographic of people who have these very extreme values. And see, they used to be loud and proud with it back in the 60s and 70s. But now you had to find another way to be a little bit more subtle with your bigotry. You have to find a
hmm
way to be a little bit more subtle
well, he's
with
bringing
your
out. Yeah.
homophobic. So he represents what they talk about in their at the dining room table.
Did y'all see the
So
Shiloh Hendrix video?
Shiloh.
No, who is that?
Wait, who is that?
Good. Some woman, she a white woman who had a child at the playground, and she started calling the little boy who took her
Yes,
kids,
yes, and she
and she
raised
ended
like
up getting
half
a
a
million
million.
dollars. Yeah, she ended up getting $1 million.
Because
I was
I,
like,
again,
but they
bigotry and
they paid
racism is
her
alive and
because
well.
she insulted somebody.
yeah, and she said
Why?
she felt she said the little boy was stealing from her son, but he only 5, and apparently he has autism. So but
Oh,
either way, even if you didn't have autism, you still shouldn't be treating no little kid like that. But apparently, because of the racist nature of the situation, because she was calling the little boy the N word,
Hmm.
I think people wanted to support her being able to be a racist out loud.
Yep.
And they were talking about this thing called black exhaustion. Like people just tired of you know wa- I guess maybe walking on eggshells to make
Hmm.
sure that they're saying the right things, or right, you know.
oh, okay, I get that. Yeah, but that doesn't really. I wouldn't think that really applies because that's just insulting. That's just being rude. Like, why would you pay someone to be rude to somebody?
Yeah, I
No,
mean that's
no.
better,
So you're saying the black exhaustion for them, that they feel
right?
like they have to walk on eggshells, they being people that are
And
not
so they
black.
saying like this is the movement for us to be able to speak how we want to speak. If we want to call a black person a nigga, then that's what we'll do.
That's their version of the white hood. They just didn't put the white hood on. So this is their version.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't think that's a hill to die. Like, I'm a free speech advocate for sure, but it's like of all the things, like, come on, let's build class solidarity, please. The rich are gonna burn and destroy the world. They
That's
don't
the
care if
thing.
we all
That
die.
is the thing.
Like,
They are
who cares about that?
supporting this person, like because I think they support white supremacy. I think that's where a lot of his supporters come from.
Oh
But the
yeah.
problem is that he don't care about what I don't even think he care about your race. To be honest, I think
No,
that the only
there's
thing
no
he
money.
cares about
It's
is
money.
money,
Yeah,
is
and
how
power.
much you empower.
Yeah,
So these white people are thinking, yes, he's about to make America
absolutely.
great again, and we're about to have, it's about to be a white country again. But no, it's still y'all are still nothing to him. He's still not going to do anything for half of y'all are still, the supporters are really the country people, that's probably on Medicaid and Medicare that he's just
I
cutting.
was gonna say,
So
right, people are voting against their own interests, which is also why we need to educate people and reach. We would think we need to reach
Yeah.
everybody. I
So
want more
I've always found it interesting that lower middle class and low income white people always vote against what they currently have. It's always been the weirdest thing to me. Like, why
Yeah,
do you vote Republican and you literally on food stamps? You're literally living off a Section 8 voucher, but
right.
you gonna vote for a candidate that's well, what we're seeing now, trying to abolish these very things that you benefit from.
even the
Right.
small business owners, you know what I'm saying? Because with these tariffs, they're definitely going to impact small businesses more than they impact a large
Right.
corporation. And a lot of
I
these conservatives are small business owners.
It's very
Yeah.
like tariffs are going to, and it already has increased the grocery prices and service providers and all the things. But
Mm-hmm.
if you look at who was sitting front row at the inauguration, none of their companies pay taxes. Amazon, I'm looking at you.
Right.
Yep,
Like
that's what.
what? So
Mhm.
tariffs don't affect them because they don't. It doesn't affect them, but it affects the small mom and pop shops. Again, it just always amazes me when people vote
How they
against.
go against their own interests, right?
It's so weird. It's so weird, and it's
Right. No,
historically like they
and
just
I think
shows
that's one of the
it.
reasons why my thing like reset again or something. I don't know what it did. I don't know
You
what my
know,
Wi-Fi is doing.
we got you.
It like flashed. But yeah, that I think that's why that's why people are coming for public education, I think, because if you're not educated, you're not gonna.
That's true.
I just want to raise class consciousness and have everybody stick together to realize it's the rich minority against everybody else, and
Everybody
their
else.
goal is to get us to fight each other, but with everything, like, don't hate the gays, hate the black people, hate the country versus
Mexican, the immigrant,
right, hate the immigrants,
Women's rights,
rural
what
versus
women should
city.
do
hate the
with their
trans.
bodies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everything is
anything.
a crisis.
Yeah, anything to stow, because if we all come together and realize, no, it's the rich who are raping the world, the country, the government. They're bribing the politicians to control them. They're the reason for corruption, even in Illinois, locally, right? That's what it ultimately comes down to. Then we could take over. That's what we want. We want a fairer world. We want more checks and balances. We want more democracy. But yes, I guess some people don't get it, where they have more class solidarity with the rich, who they'll never be like, because people like the Trumps, through the media and everything else, they have people believing that they're just one, um, I don't know, one day away or one job away from becoming a millionaire or billionaire. And the
Right.
reality is that in our lives, most of us will never. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't work hard, that you can't get a lot done, but first of all, we need to stop all the consumerism and say, like, why is that? Why do we just keep accepting that that's the goal of life, just to accumulate more and more and more and more things?
That
That
we
only
can't
helps
afford.
rich people, because they want unending profit, the profit that just grows and grows and grows. But we know when things grow unchecked, what is that in a body? We call that cancer.
Mm.
So why do if you have enough profit in your company, okay, good. Like we need to change our mindset, the way we run things. Like that's enough. You don't
Well,
have to keep growing your percentage of profit. Like it's
And
unsustainable.
just
and then
imagine these people. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, this big beautiful bill is just a redistribution of wealth from the middle
Exactly.
class back up to the rich. These people have Elon Musk made what 160 something trillion. I'm sorry, not trillion, $1 billion
Mm-hmm.
last year
Right.
off of
Like
government
yeah,
contracts.
Yeah.
right.
He's the biggest welfare queen in the world.
And then people are going to be like, yeah, but that lady one time in Chicago, she committed food stamp fraud and like did this and had like 9 kids by all these different dads. And it's like, at the end of the day, what does that even matter? You have corporations that are like literally raping the whole planet, and they take all of our resources. Like, people stop and getting distracted, It's
Because
like,
they want to raise the taxes. Because if at least, and I'll just throw random names. If Apple, Amazon, the Magnificent Seven, if they were to pay taxes,
mm-hmm.
what you think would happen to the U.S. debt? Oh no, but let's not touch them. Let's get these everyday
Right.
folks.
And
Do you know how the debt?
we could have a fair society, right? We could have education, healthcare for all. We could have amazing transportation, like high-speed trains, like in China. We could do so much.
Do you know that Trump raised the debt, the national deficit? He raised it the highest in history under his presidency.
Right.
And now he's about to raise it again with this bill.
Right. And you'll never hear it in the mainstream media because they don't,
So, I mean, these people, they're just blind supporters. I think like it's like a cult. Because I mean, to be honest, a lot of the stuff that
It
he's doing,
does. It does give cultish vibes.
a lot of the stuff that he's doing. I was
Yep.
watching this
No,
Hitler
definitely.
video on like how Hitler came into power, and a lot of the stuff kind of seems similar. So
Yep. And you know, Elon, when Elon Musk
Mm-hmm.
threw up the hand, I said, well, that just solidified everything. I don't know if you guys remember when Elon
Right.
Musk did the
oh, I
salute,
got
and it
the
was just
picture,
like,
and I got the pictures of him with his son. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can present it real quick because I don't know if y'all seen this one.
you like, oh, y'all just, y'all just blatant with it. Like, okay.
Very
Right. Right.
blatant. Let
Like,
me
this
see if
is
I can find it.
crazy.
And they use that they use all this, just like for instance abortion, like we know that's been like what, since the 70s 80s or whenever, but the Republicans figured out that even though they pay for their mistresses to get as many abortions as they want, they said, hey, if we pick on this issue, we can get certain voters. And that's really what they do. Because someone was saying the Chicago Flips Red people, I watch sometimes her post, Zoe shows. They had a great show on Jesse Jackson Jr. and they were like, because they're not for the Jackson family, but they were saying, like, although he may have started with good intentions, they were trying to expose all these different things that where they were just out for themselves, for money and power for themselves. But they said that Trump was one of the big contributors to Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign in the 80s. Now, I have not fact checked that, but I'm just assuming that that is correct. I mean, how many times have you heard the media say that?
Mm, I don't remember. I don't know if I have.
And they wouldn't, right? Because they don't. That doesn't fit the narrative of, like, racism. It just is working to divide us. So it's like, yeah, but you didn't know that your buddy was like your president, quote unquote. Like he's supported black politicians before. Like, these people, they just do what works for them, what gets them money or power. Like, they're not, they don't, I don't think they take that stuff very seriously necessarily. They just they weaponize it to get people's support.
But I also think, especially during a certain amount of time, um, Trump was friends with a lot of different celebrities and people of color. It's just that when he started to run for president, is
Yeah.
when he started entering politics. It was cool to kick it with him. It was cool when he was on, had the Apprentice show. But now, once you get into politics, it's like, okay, all right, you're like a fun time. You shouldn't be sitting in these seats, but
Mm. Right,
here we
right.
are.
Do y'all think that's really a Hitler haircut, or what y'all think?
Oh, it's definitely
Yeah,
it's giving, it's
and
giving.
and he comes from, they say he comes from diamond wealth from South Africa.
He's the son
You
of a
know,
part. Yes, he's a white South African.
so like
That's what
how much like oppression do you think was part of gaining that wealth? You know,
blood diamonds.
not very good, right? I'm trying to find this. I found the Texan. His
I do
name is
have to hop off. It is way past
Yeah,
my
I need
bedtime.
to go too. It's 1:11, y'all. I supposed to
oh
been out, and I think we said we might do a show today because it is to the next day now.
oh good. No, I hope you do. But wait, before you go, I want to find James. I want to play this video of I gotta find the video of the Texan guy. I almost found it. The one with the 10 Commandments. Let's see. Oh, yeah,
Oh
Okay, good, good.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
found it. I found, yeah, because he's just he's so smart and entertaining. Let me see. Hold on. How do I do present share?
Do you watch what's his name? Brian Tyler Cohen?
I don't know if I know him, but I mean, I'm
You
always
gotta
looking
watch
to
him.
learn.
Do you watch I've
Okay,
Had
wait.
It News?
No, you put
No.
me on. I've never heard of this.
Oh my
Yeah, it
god.
sounds interesting though. I, like I said, I love to learn things. Okay, now
Yeah,
here you guys can tell me what you think of him, James Tallarico. Oh, he said, "What's the fourth commandment?"
He said what? What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And we're scheduled to give
James
this bill a final vote on what day of the week?
It's ironic, isn't it?
Would you be willing to postpone your bill so that we're not breaking the 10 Commandments by working on the Jewish or Christian Sabbath and follow it yourself?
I would have rather have had this bill passed the other day when it was time.
We as a legislature are about to force every teacher in the state to post the 10 Commandments in their classrooms.
If
Do
they are
members
donated.
of the Texas legislature follow the 10 Commandments?
So again, this bill is about honoring our historic of the 10 Commandments.
The 9th commandment is thou shalt not bear false witness. Are you aware of any legislators who have lied about anything?
Yes, I love this.
That is, you know, there might be one coming up in a minute if you keep talking. We'll see.
The 7th commandment is thou shalt not commit adultery.
Yes.
Do you think that members of the legislature should focus more on trying to follow the 10 Commandments rather than telling others to follow them?
I am, you know, it is incumbent on all of us to follow God's law.
What is the 4th commandment?
That was it. I love that. He's so good.
Now you gotta
look
through
your
notes, ma'am. Part of keeping the Sabbath.
She did. She was like,
That is hilarious.
Yep. He's a good guy. Wait, let me see.
I like
Is
it
there a
already.
separation of church and state in this country?
That's an interesting question that has been debated a great deal. But what I'm going to say to you is I'm going to quote some of our earliest forefathers. Do you think that our forefathers...
I want to give you a chance to talk, but I also just want to make sure that I'm getting an answer to my question. Is there a separation of church and state?
Did those that first Congress, that earliest Congress, when they authorized the production of a complete King James Bible, was that a separation of church and state?
I'm just asking
I
you a
know.
simple question.
I think that I think I've answered it.
Do you know who coined the term separation of
I
church and
do.
state? Who is that?
I believe it was Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson.
Yes.
Yeah. Thomas Jefferson in that letter was referring to the First Amendment of the Constitution, the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause, which clearly create a separation of church and state.
I have some scholars here that can better answer your specific questions, and I am not that person.
Okay. We established that our founding fathers wanted a separation of church and state.
I did not establish that. I absolutely did not establish
historical
that.
fact established
I
that.
disagree
But
with that.
do you think the Constitution is foundational to our country?
I do.
Why doesn't your bill mandate that the Constitution be posted in every
Well,
classroom?
if you want to carry that bill, you can. I'm carrying the bill that I chose to carry.
Yeah, and I'm not interested in micromanaging what posters are put up in classrooms, which is why I would never carry a bill like this. But I'm asking why, since you are in the business of deciding what posters are up in a classroom, which ones aren't, why is the Constitution not taking that prime spot? Because it's the most foundational document.
Damn.
I'm so tired. I'm just.
That's okay.
in
I
a
know.
brain fog, and
let me
it's
move
not
on.
that.
Let me move on.
Yeah, now it's brain
Yes,
fog.
I understand.
Girl, go.
Is there a separation of church and state?
I love
I love it.
Isn't that good?
So I'm gonna hop off. Well, thank you guys again.
Oh, yes.
Nice talking to you, Mandy.
Nice
Yeah,
talking
this
with you
was
too.
great. Let's
We were
do it
on
again.
too long. It's only 2 people left watching. We need to go to bed.
Okay, it's for
Oh, thank you guys so much. Yes, sleep well.
All right, take care. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Well, later on today.
Oh yes, yeah. Let me know if you end up doing a show or whatever. But I'll be working. I'll be around.
I'll be working in the round too. So, all right.
Okay. Good night. Good night, everybody. Whoever's left. Thank you guys. Thanks for tuning in. We'll talk soon.